We
I like
materialized.
how you, I like how you load the desk last.
Yeah.
You you load the thing that breaks the illusion. Like, what? Anyone else would put the desk and monitor first, and then load it so it looks like we're behind the desk. You see half of my PNG in the back. Oh my god, Katie.
Also, like, I just realized the
Oh,
desk is on the layer, like, in front of the
oh my god.
the layers were set up wrong.
All right, we've got a strong start.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's sick.
you don't understand my genius.
Yeah, I don't want to. Anyway, so yeah, Candy's sick this week with a cold.
Yeah, so if I sound funny, it's because my throat is like trying to commit suicide right now.
And she's drinking cold drinks,
You know,
even though she should be drinking like something like, I don't know, honey lemon tea or something.
I wonder if I will have more followers, if or more subscribers if I stop saying suicide between the first 5 minutes of of like the stream because of the algorithm.
You know what? If I remember right, someone did mention that the whole like if you the whole TikTok trend of censoring the words suicide and like kill yourself actually doesn't translate to YouTube as much. So like apparently you can't just say it. I think it's just like outright swear words that bring it down.
Yeah,
Hot drinks suck. I mean, like if you're sick, you gotta do what you gotta do to recover.
yeah.
Oh god, don't breathe in the phlegm. Get some tissues. You can go get some tissues.
I'll go in a moment. What was my new "kill yourself" catchphrase? I think it was "There's no hope, give up, kill yourself," which came
Do
like
you have tissue?
we were playing Persona 5 X,
Mm.
which like I'm going to start with that because it's so funny. You know how
Okay,
we've
go
been
for it.
you know how we've been talking about the subway slammer.
Yeah, Subway Slammer is like the peak villain that everyone loves. And
Yeah,
then I think the writer for them got fired because it's an actual problem in Japan or something.
yeah. The subway slam, like it's like, but like also like I think one of the reasons it's so funny is because like everyone knows someone like that.
Mm.
Like everyone knows someone or has like interacted with someone who is just like a piece of shit bastard, who just like does.
Well, Dura's mentioned it before because we talk about it. Is like whenever him and I argue about characters, he's so quick to point out like if a character did something, and then I'm just but like when the character's an abject piece of shit, he's like, yeah, it's the hypest thing. We're like, but they're a horrible person. It's like, yeah, but they own it. I'm like, you know what? You know what? Kind of fair.
Yeah,
Kind of fair. It's kind yeah, it's the Dio effect. Yeah, I get it.
yeah, but like I feel like everyone has like interacted or like have to deal with someone who is just like that little like who just like does that kind of stuff to just to like annoy people, like just for the sake of it,
Just shit disturbing. Yeah, yeah.
and just like just like slamming into people on the subway for the
Yeah,
shits and giggles, I guess. But turns out he has a reason for doing that. He has a backstory, and that is like the funniest backstory of like any villain I've ever seen.
isn't it a kid like power crept him in baseball or something?
Yeah. Okay, so like you
Yeah.
remember actually I think I still have the image loaded. Let me see. Yes, she did she's I think. Oh no, the image is gone. But do you remember like last stream when I was showing you like the girls from the new Persona
Yeah.
game, and there was like this
Hmm.
one with like the sweater and the short hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So turns out she used to play baseball. Uh, and what happened
Oh,
is
so
that
she's tied into his story.
yeah,
Okay, cool.
and the Subway Slammer also used to play baseball. So what happened is
Mm.
that he was like an up and comer, right? He wasn't like one of the minor leagues, but like he
Hmm.
was so good that everyone was like, yeah, he's going to make it into the major leagues and he's going to be like a big thing, right? Like
Yeah.
we all know, I feel like everyone knows that story of like someone of like that one kid who is like definitely going to make it in sports. Like there are like 100 movies about that.
I do know someone who did make it into sports. We weren't that close, but yeah, I know him.
There are like 100 movies like that, right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like that is like an entire genre, like a poor brown kid who makes a lot of money playing soccer. I think that's like an entire movie genre by itself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, depends on the brown. My
um,
kind of brown, probably not. Your kind of brown, yeah.
Um, but yeah, so, okay, so like so what was happened is that like how brown are we talking? We are talking Brazil at the lightest.
Brazil at the lightest.
I feel like I'm doing the fucking diversity chart thing right now.
Yeah, you are, because like, bro, brown is such a variable rate. What are you talking about? I know like light skins and I know dark skins from like
uh,
Brazil. What is
what,
this
what,
barometer?
we're going to say it's a 5 on the chart.
5 on the chart. All right, go for it.
No.
So middle ground.
Yeah. Okay, but like okay, so yeah, she used to play baseball and she was like 9, right? She was like
Mm-hmm.
9.
Yeah.
And this guy was like in the minor leagues again, and he was like coaching for like a baseball meet or something like that. I don't know any sports terms, so I don't know what the fuck they were doing.
Okay.
But he threw like a ball to end the game, right? He was like the pitcher and
Mm-hmm.
he threw a ball to end the game.
Mm-hmm.
And this little like 9-year-old like little like baby girl, she like
Mm-hmm.
she like hit the ball and got a home run with that, right? She got a home
Okay.
run. And he apparently threw his like signature slider, whatever the fuck that means.
Okay.
Um, and she hit it, and it's a home run, and it is on TV, right?
Yeah.
And he gets so fucking angry about the fact that this little 9-year-old girl batted a home run with his ball that he just like stops playing good forever, and he ruins his own life.
Oh, he just goes into a slump.
Yeah, he stopped.
Well, like,
He stops
why are
playing good.
you?
And
Why are you like? Yeah. Why are you playing a game? Like whatever, was this a charity thing?
I
Why
don't
was it?
know.
Why were they playing with kids? Yeah, why are you facing up against a
I
kid
think it was
and going
some
like
sort of like. I think it was
I'm
some
gonna
sort of
use all
event.
my power?
Yeah. I feel like if you, I feel like, and there was an easy out, right? There was an easy out. Like, yeah, I was playing with children. I throw her an easy ball because I want her to have that. Right?
Well, no, I suppose the inside of him will always fester the self-doubt to which his own abilities were easily usurped by a kid. But at the same time, again, why were you going that
Like,
crazy on it?
yeah. Why did you throw your signature slider? Whatever the fuck that means.
At a
It's a
kid, like, what's the
9-year-old.
point? What was the kid? What was the point you were trying to make?
Yeah, and like, so yeah, like, she has a home run. She does the sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
She does the baseball, and
Mm-hmm.
he gets so angry about that he starts molding until he fucking like ruins his own life.
Yeah, he spirals.
So now he has
Yeah,
to
okay.
like, now he has to have like an office job, and he's very angry about that, which I get. Office job sucks.
Well, yeah. I
Uh,
mean,
but like for some reason now now he's like blaming women for that. Like he just hates women for that.
he's an incel. Okay.
Uh,
All right.
so like, and that is the reason
Why?
and that is the reason he only slams into women in the subway.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb.
So
Okay.
like it's like
All
they
right.
they're like getting beat by a 9-year-old to incel pipeline, I guess.
Just, just sexism. All right. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
still stupid.
And that explains what, like, when you meet him, he's like laughing like a crazy man and going, "I'm going to slam into you, Motoha. Just you wait." That is her name. That is the name of the girl. I'm going to
Um.
slam into you, Motoha. And then he does the thing where like the crowd passes over him and he disappears.
What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
What a fucking cartoon villain. He's perfect. I love him.
And that's also when he says the thing, like, when he like all caps, the whole subway is mine for the slamming.
Yeah. I love, that's just super fun. Super fun. You know what? Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm down for someone who's just ridiculously evil. Yeah, all right.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, like he's like cartoonishly evil, but like in a very stupid, funny way, right?
Yeah, no, I like it. It's really dumb.
Because if you compare, like, one of the comparisons that a lot of people are making is like the first antagonist of Persona 5 proper, Kamoshida, the teacher.
Yeah, I already saw the post on the comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you actually like think, like, Kamoshida is like easily one of the most disgusting, reprehensible people that has ever been on a video game.
Oh well, yeah.
Like he's not
But
funny
it's
evil.
just
He's like
yeah,
oh
no,
my
no,
god.
he's the first antagonist is a wow, and then it's like, yeah, okay, like society and like the messed up like power dynamics that can occur, and then like the other one is just like he just wants to slam people.
Because he hate women because a
And I
girl
was
beat him.
and I was
Advice
just
boy.
like, yeah, you know what, King, you do you.
Yeah. Like you're like I disagree, but slay.
It's like
Work.
I don't respect your motives, but this hustle is king. This hustle is fire, King.
Yeah.
Uh,
I don't kneel before your crown, but you are a king.
yeah, pretty much. That's good.
Slay. Work. I am one of the queers, I can say that.
Yeah, you can slay it. At least do it with style. Amen.
Yeah. And I don't know, I haven't finished that like his dungeon yet because I'm like between the busyness and the cold. Which like I feel like speaking of I feel like I should like leave the house more. Because like I don't leave the house for like 6 months, right? And then I get a job
Except for work, yeah.
and I leave for work, and the first thing that happens is I get sick because I guess I didn't I didn't interact with any of like
No, you need to build your immunity.
yeah I
You
didn't
fucking bubble girl.
I didn't interact with any of the like viruses going around, and I'm the only person who's sick on the fucking so it really
It'd be really funny if we just put candy in a hamster ball
I
for our own
probably
protection.
yeah like I'm the only person who is sick on the entire like like group, so it really is just my immune system like being like yeah I need to get out more.
Yeah. I mean, for summer, I will get sick if there's like drastic temperature changes, and then
Yeah.
I'll get like a summer cold, but like I don't get too sick often. I will get sick a lot during winter. I'm guaranteed at least a couple colds.
I mean, yeah, one of my coworkers like got like had a cold before I did, so I'm assuming it was him, but nobody else
Mm.
got it.
Did he at least do the proper procedures of wearing like the surgical mask
Oh
and
yeah, and
the lot?
I think he also left for like 1 day, like he wasn't there 1 day. So,
Mm,
I'm thinking he was like on medical leave probably
yeah. I
because
never show up to work if I'm sick, like, and I know it's contagious. Like, just don't do that.
around here you can only like skip work if you have like a doctor's notice, so you have to like
Mm,
and it's like but like I assume he was on medical leave because like missing a day on your first week at the job without a good excuse, like you are not going to show up again.
probably.
But he is showing up again, so I'm assuming he was on medical leave.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it happens. Sometimes you just have to, as long as you show the proof and you're earnest about it.
Yeah, because there are ways like they can like there are ways for like companies to contact because like they are paying your insurance, right? So they can ask your insurance to be like, hey, did this person actually go to like an like an appointment?
Oh,
Kind of thing.
some people don't go get those benefits though.
No, but around here is low. Around here, if you're like on a
Oh,
around here if
man.
you around here if you're on a standard contract, they have to pay for your insurance, and
That's good.
they have to like do like contributions to your retirement fund.
Wish Canada was like that. Canada is like a dirt shit place to work. On God.
uh, but yeah, I haven't streamed that much. This I only streamed once I think this week between like being
Mm,
busy and like struggling with schedule and the cold.
mm-hmm.
Uh, but we did make some progress on the Subway Slammer.
That's good.
We did make some progress on the Subway Slammer, and like it's super funny because like the shadows on his palace are just like the biggest fucking tits you have ever seen. Because you know how in like Persona 5, like the enemies on like every palace are like themed around the palace, you know, like when you see them
Yeah.
walking when like before you like attack them, when you just like the generic models you see walking around, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um so like in Kamoshira's palace they are like suits of armor and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And in Kaneshiro's palace they are like bank employees and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh on the Subway Slammer palace they are like staff um they look like staff from like a baseball stadium, right?
Oh, that's pretty neat.
They look like except like the female shadows are like because there are males and female shadows for some reason, which I think is the only palace I see. No, actually in Kanishiro's palace there are male and female, but they all look like normal bank employees. So he's a lot of things, but at least he's not sexist, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, like he's like Jesus Christ. I saw this, and I saw it, and I was like, what the fuck, man? Why is it built like that?
Oh yeah, why is it built like that?
And it's like, okay,
Why she got like fucking the Jetsons legs?
yeah, like the tiny feet.
Yeah. Like her.
I guess he is a boob man and not a feet man.
Yeah, but like even then is like homegirl's like lower half is just like a isosceles triangle.
Yeah,
Like it just narrows down.
yeah. Uh, and he's also like for some reason just wearing like bright pink underwear on the outside.
Oh, okay.
He has like a baseball uniform, right? Like the standard baseball uniform, but like also just like, but like first of all, he's like the shirt is unbuttoned because he needs to like put his tits out, I guess, the whore. And
Okay.
and also he's wearing like bright pink, like a bright pink speedo outside of his pants.
Ugh.
He like I don't know, he's very funny. He's very funny. Because he's loving every second of it. Like the way he talks, he's loving being evil. He's so into it.
I'm so happy for you.
Yeah. Like he's like having the time of his life. His skin is moisturized. His pores are closed. He's having fun. Yeah. And I don't know. I wanted to start with that because like he's so funny. The fact that his backstory is like, yeah, this little girl beat me up, so now I hate women. This is women's fault.
It's such grade school mentality to like high school mentality. It's pretty funny. How old is he again?
I don't know, like 40.
It's so funny.
Let me see how old he is.
Cause if he was like fresh out of like graduating college, it's like you still bitter, your brain's dumb, you should have gotten over it, sure. But like if he's holding that till he's 40, that's even funnier.
I don't think he has a canonical age, but you have to assume because he was like an up and comer on a sport, and then he ruined his life, and then he got an office job.
Well, up and comer for a sport would incline you to be on the younger side, right? Because you want to be in your prime longer, right?
Yeah, but then he ruined his life, and then he got an office job.
Yeah, well, okay, no, but you okay? How old is what's her name? The girl that ruined his life now. How old is she now? So 8 years ago. Because she ruined his life when she was 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we're saying he's 40, he was like an up and comer when he was like early 30s. So he must be like mid 30s or something.
Okay.
Still funny. Still really funny that in his mid 30s he is still really upset.
Yeah. Like I don't know, I feel like trying to explain that to like I mean, like, I feel like that there are some things that you cannot go to therapy because if you explain it to your psychologist, he's just going to laugh. Like, you cannot go to therapy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes you need to get humbled a bit. Sometimes you need to be let known that you're kind of in the wrong.
Yeah.
So,
like, can't you imagine just going to the therapist and he just like starts laughing at you?
Dude. Okay, my favorite meme to this day is still. Do you remember the Zuko one?
That's rough, buddy.
No. Okay, wait. Hold on. I'm gonna find it. I need to find it. It's like the funniest meme to me in my head. Oh, why is it I can't find the? Okay, wait. Wait, hold on. There's one specifically with Zuko. No. Oh my god. So there, pretty much it's just like, remember when Zuko's in the rain? I found it.
Look at his fucking like bright pink underwear. Look at this fucking nerd.
Oh, my fucking, it's this one. It's this
Look at
one.
this
I'm gonna
fucking
send
nerd.
it to you. This one still makes. Oh, that's pretty funny. This one still makes me. Whatever the stream. I don't know why I find the entire premise so amusing. Oh my god. It still makes me laugh to this day. Like I won't stop laughing if I see that image. That's a good way to pick up. Oh, when your card declines at the psychologist, so they say psych and start roasting your insecurities. It's just... Oh my god.
Fair.
Zuko's face is like so perfect for that meme too. Oh
Okay,
my
so
god.
I was like just like checking the and his character too, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like if Uncle wasn't around, Zuko would have turned into a slammer for sure.
Oh, Zuko would have been way out of. Iroh was like the stabilizing force.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Because you know what? You know what Zuko got from Iroh? Unconditional love. Like, sure, his mom was gentle, but she left.
Yeah.
Like, I'd still be a bit bitter. Like, Zuko's like a really sweet guy, and in the comics, of course, he reunites with his mom, and he's a nice guy. But it's just like you would still have it well within your right to be like, yeah, but you left us.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I was like checking the persona wiki to find like a picture of that guy with his underwear out, right?
Yeah.
And I found another hot older woman.
Of course you did.
Look at her.
Oh, Subway Slam. Oh yeah, totally my type.
Yeah, I know.
I love the way she parts her hair. Yeah, I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff too.
And like
That's the kind of
style.
woman that like if that's the kind of woman who like if I was sitting in a cafe with her and she just smiled at me, like my brain would shut off. I'd be
Yeah,
like,
I would just start like babbling. I mean, like
I wouldn't even babble. I'd just like she'd catch me in the middle of loading an animation and then I'd just buffer.
Yeah. Man,
Anything else you did in your week?
I'm still waiting for God to like deliver to me my perfect 35 to 45-year-old woman.
Okay, yeah, all right, fine. You do you. I'm not gonna judge. As long as she's nice. You know what, that would be interesting. Because if I had to talk to her, it would just sound like I'm talking to a nurse who's taking care of a clearly unwell person.
Well,
I'd be like, how's Candy?
Are you saying if I was dating an older woman, she would sound like she was taking care of me because I cannot do it myself?
Oh yeah, pretty much. I would just be like, oh, how's Candy today? And she's like, oh, she's good. She only started scratching the walls for about 18 minutes instead of 35 this day. And be like, oh, that's good. Did she eat some of the paint chippings? It's like, yeah, she did, but she only ate half as much, so we're making progress. And I'd be like, that's great. You sound more like a guardian than any sort of partner.
Yeah, maybe that is the trick. Maybe the trick is like getting myself like sent to a mental hospital and like reaching up one of the nurses.
So I'm moving my mic stand again. You know, that's an interesting question. I have so many nurse friends, but like, I don't think I've ever had stories. I've had stories of them having to deal with upset families, like who aren't even like the patient hasn't even died. Like they're just being really mean because they have some sort of pent up frustration because of some sort of like health situation or like financing or stuff like that. I've had friends who worked elderly care and they have like exhaustion by that, but I've never heard any stories from them about like someone trying to hit on them in the hospital. Then again, like some of them work like the intensive care unit, so I don't know if someone's gonna try picking up someone when they have a bullet in them. So
I mean,
yeah,
I feel like that would be like extra points. Like you care so little about that. It's like
true. I don't know. I guess I guess it depends. Yeah, it could be like, oh wow, he's really putting me as priority right this moment. Wouldn't it be funny if like you had a bullet in you and you tried making the move and the girl's like, oh my god, now's not the time, bro.
It's always a time for
All
love,
right.
baby. I was like, speaking of like weak, you know how like I want to like make it a thing to like every now and then bring a really, really, really bad joke.
Okay.
I was
Like a
watching just
stand-up
like
corner.
I was watching a video
Oh
about
wait,
like
wait, wait. Is it a pun?
kinda
Okay.
I was watching a video about like like explaining what a Ponzi scheme is and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And the Ponzi scheme is called that because there was a guy called like something Ponzi back in the day, and he was the one who made it famous, right?
Yeah.
So it is named after the guy who like popularized it, I guess. But like the biggest Ponzi scheme in history was that guy like Bernie Madoff, right? Um,
Okay.
uh, you don't know who that is, right?
No,
Like,
no, I don't.
have you never heard
Could
of
you
like
refresh my memory? Maybe I've heard it, but I just didn't attribute the name.
yeah, Bernie Madoff. Bernard Lawrence Madoff was an American financial criminal and financier who was the admitted mastermind of the largest known Ponzi scheme in history, worth an estimated $65 billion.
No, but what was the Ponzi scheme?
The Ponzi scheme is like when you start like when you like start like scamming people by like convincing themselves that you are like they're investing in something, and then
No, but what was his specific Ponzi scheme? I mean,
um
like what was the one that he was doing that made it famous?
mm,
Did he
let me.
actually made off with with all the money?
That was the fucking joke I was going to make. Fuck off. But then you distracted me.
Oh, Killer, I'm so proud. Ah, Killer. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You spared me. Oh.
Okay, fine. You get a worse one. What do you get when you stand between two llamas?
What?
Laminated.
All right. Okay. Audience, what do you think? Oh, you suck. Yeah, all right.
Did you hear about the kidnapping at school?
No.
It's okay. He woke up.
That one, you know what? That one gets gets a bit of a pass. There's like levels to it. All right. Okay. You're just a you're just like a 2004 Scholastic book. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Like someone ordered this like 100 gut busting jokes on their school Scholastics,
Yeah.
and
One
some
of the.
poor kid like marked it on, and then they got it, and then they tell people in the yard, and they're like,
Hey, in 2004, this would have killed.
Nick, you didn't know the comedic landscape in 2004.
You weren't around then. You don't understand.
I wasn't around then. I wasn't around.
You don't understand. I've been working the streets since 2003.
Oh my god, my god, my god. Yeah. Yeah, all right. All right.
Speaking of old comedians,
Mm.
you know another thing I did this week? For some reason I don't understand. I feel like that is like the top like because last week I played Devil May Cry 2 for some reason I don't understand.
Yeah.
I feel like that is going to just become a thing. Like now that my time is limited, I feel like I'm just like doing bullshit. I don't understand, just like to kill time when I'm bored.
Yeah, I got I'm at this point in my okay, so I'm trying to focus my thoughts because they're scattered everywhere because I don't even know if I'm well rested. when you like, because I've been in post-secondary education for a long time. It was like hell, but it instills something in me that is terrible. Is that when I get free time, I get overwhelmed and I don't know what to do because it doesn't feel right to have free time.
Yeah,
So I feel like I have to be doing something, but then like I'll shut down if I'm not making progress or if like there's just too many options and just trying to figure out what's feasible. So I try repeating it out loud of what I should do to reinforce what I should do, and then
yeah,
sometimes I end up procrastinating and it just feels like a day wasted and I feel bad, and then other times it's like I managed to get shit done.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. But for me, it's more like I get free time and I'm like, I end up not doing anything because I have to think, okay, what is the best thing I can do to like enjoy my free time? And I just like spend the entire day
Mm.
thinking that.
I'm just like machine wise. Like I feel like I have to make progress in something, and it's a very infuriating way to live. So,
Yeah. No, but okay,
but yeah,
so speaking of old comedians, you know what I did this week for like a reason I don't understand?
yeah. What?
I watched the Disney version of The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh, the animated one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And it
Yeah.
is like it is like easily I think like the most frustrating movie I have ever seen, I have ever watched.
The most frustrating movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it
Go
is
on.
this close. It is like a hair width close of being like one of the greatest movies on like the Western animation canon. It
Because
is
I
like
was gonna say like yeah. Because I was gonna say like from what I remember as a kid, I liked it.
yeah, like it is this close to being like such a good fucking movie. The problem
Okay.
is George fucking Constanza.
You mean Jason Alexander?
Yeah,
Okay. Why?
because Disney learned the wrong fucking lesson from Aladdin, and for a while they were under the idea that like the secret to like a successful movie was hiring a comedian and letting him improv his way through the movie.
I mean, because like, isn't he Hugo?
No, he plays one of the fucking gargoyles.
Is he?
Yeah,
Okay.
and the gargoyles are like the root of like biggest problem with the fucking movie.
Well, I mean, no, okay, but they didn't just do that with like Aladdin. I mean, they had James Woods as Hades for Hercules.
Yeah, but
And to be fair, like as much shit as I'll give James Wood as a human being, he pulls off Hades like very well.
yeah, but like I feel like specifically in the Hunchback, like it was a bad idea because of like that because like the main problem with the movie is that like
It's more macabre in tone.
yeah, and you feel like you are like because okay, so like there is this scene near the end of
It's definitely more brutal. Yeah.
spoilers from a movie from 1996, I guess. Uh,
Oh, whatever. People had their time. If you didn't watch the movie, you didn't care that much. I'm sorry.
yeah, but there I feel like spoilers are void after 5 years. That's my rule. 5 years,
No, I
okay,
think
fuck
so
off.
too. I've had friends who. Oh man, I feel like we can have a totally different conversation. You go off with this first before we go into spoilers territory.
Yeah, but like okay, so there is this scene near the end where like there is like they captured Esmeralda, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
and there is this huge crowd gathered in front of the cathedral, and and Frollo is looking down, and no, Quasimodo, the Hunchback, is looking down, uh, and it is a mess because Frollo is going to like fucking like execute Esmeralda, um,
Yeah.
and the crowd is like going crazy and they're like chanting racist stuff and stuff like that. Uh, they are like chanting racist stuff and stuff like that, and it is like,
Yeah.
and the music is like building up, and there's like this fucking like church choir on the background, and the tension
Mm-hmm.
is like all the way up there, and then they cut, and the fucking gargoyle voiced by George Constanza is playing poker with a pigeon, and he goes, "I'm losing to a bird,"
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and he's like, "Okay,
Yeah.
okay, why are you here? Get the fuck out."
Mm, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Get the fuck out. Get like because like yeah, I understand like it is a children's movie and like some levity is like expected. Uh, but I feel like they go so hard and so often and like it's just not the kind of humor that works for that. Like there is like after that happens after Quasimodo like gets the like rope and he swings down from like the cathedral and he rescues Esmeralda and he comes back up. Um, and they are trying to like break down the door of the cathedral. Like the soldiers trying to break down the door of the cathedral to capture them, and they are like throwing bricks off the balcony to like try to stop the soldiers and stuff like that. One of the gargoyles just like summons a bunch of pigeons and go, "Hey, go cheat on them." So they just like this scene in the middle of this like super tense battle where a bunch of pigeons cheat on some people because a talking gargoyle ordered them to.
Yeah.
And it is like so consistently frustrating. Like there is like, how are you going to put the fucking like talking gargoyles like within 5 minutes of Frollo looking, because he actually does this on screen on the movie. It is not insinuated. He does it like they show it. He locks a family up in a house and then he burns the house down.
Yeah, no, because it is one of the most brutal. Even his like cathartic death is just like, oh geez.
Yeah, he just fucking falls from from a giant building.
Yeah, into like fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you have this like super like harrowing scene of like like these like easily one of the most hateable villains I have ever seen on any movie.
Oh yeah, no, he's definitely up there because he just straight up like caps people
Yeah.
in the most horrendous way.
He literally like uses like a giant like a spear to like lock a door, to lock a family inside of like a wooden house, and he sets the house on fire, and they on fire, and they show the house burning down with the people inside, and you hear the screams, and you hear one of the children crying.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
And then they cut to like the fucking gargoyles doing some silly shit, and it's like, no, stop.
You can have tonal whiplash that's actually funny, but it's like it's well, not necessarily funny, but it's just like encapsulating everything. But it's like understanding
When and how.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been watching a lot of Cinema Snob recently, and there's one series called Tequila and Benetti that does this dichotomy, and it's so out of place, and it's so like Jesus Christ, but you kind of end up enjoying it. So
Yeah.
I'll go into Tequila and Benetti later, but yeah, Hunchback. If I remember, you know what? I keep forgetting that a lot of those Disney movies would always get direct-to-video sequels.
Oh yeah.
That
were like really bad.
Yeah, I can't remember a single one that was good, but like they would always do it to wrap certain things up and to add to it or like to just capitalize. So if I remember correctly, Quasimodo's direct, like the Hunchback 2 had Quasimodo getting a love interest because you could go like, oh, maybe the people feel sad that he kind of just ends up alone, and it's like,
Yeah.
all right, fair. And then if I remember, like Aladdin 2 had his dad come back. I will say, you know what, the Aladdin direct sequel has one. Did you ever watch the direct to video sequel for Aladdin?
No, I don't know. And
It's actually
honest,
it actually has.
I don't
It
even.
actually has
I
one
don't
cool
even.
thing.
I never even really like watch Aladdin all the way through. To be honest.
Oh, I love Aladdin, but like the direct-to-video sequel, if I remember correctly, has the really cool thing of like it was like the first introduction I ever had to the idea of the island turtle, because I think there's like a temple that an island turtle that's on an island turtle, and I think the main villain gets one of the most horrific ends that I can remember is he gets ninja scrolled, in which he wants to be in the golden palace or whatever, and then he gets cursed to be turned into a gold statue and sinks along with the island turtle into the submergible sea.
That's.
And you're just like,
that's very creative.
You're just like, well, I mean, Ninja Scroll did this as well. I think Ninja Scroll might have done it first, but like, no one gets it nearly as rough, I think, as like the Tarzan 1 villain who cuts the vines and then hangs himself by accident.
Oh yeah, I never watched Tarzan, but I played the game.
Then the Tarzan animated has him tangled in a bunch of vines, and he's frustrated, and he's cutting it with scimitar, and then
he just like
hangs himself,
and they show the shadow.
Yeah,
I remember that.
And you're just like, Jesus.
Yeah,
but I think Lost Planet also had some brutal deaths, if I remember too.
I don't know. Like I feel like if someone made like a 70-minute cut of the Hunchback where they just like remove the gargoyles, it would be like an amazing fucking movie.
I mean, you can always like get. I'm sure there's someone who's made an edit. I mean, people did that for the fucking prequel trilogy for Star Wars called the Phantom Edit that actually makes it like bearable.
They also did it for like the Hobbit. You know the Hobbit trilogy?
Oh, I didn't know they actually did that for the horror.
Yeah,
You know what? I could see it
I,
happening.
I,
Yeah.
I never actually watched the Hobbit trilogy.
Neither did I.
I watched a fan cut that like reduces the all three movies into like a 4 hour single movie.
Well, cause I read The Hobbit as a kid, and then when I was told like, oh, The Hobbit got a movie, I'm like, neat, and it's like, yeah, the sequel's gonna come out soon. I'm like, what do you mean sequel?
It's like a short book with like nothing happens.
Yeah, it's like how long are they taking to take down Smog? What?
Yeah, and then it turns out they just like invented half of it, and it's like okay.
Yeah. All right. Fine.
One of
I mean, like
and like the Hobbit is like one of the biggest like lost that is proof we are on the like wrong timeline. You know, because there is a timeline where the Hobbit is like 2 movies directed by Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah. Well, cause like I was thinking about it, and it's just like, if you were gonna do the whole live action shenanigans, why aren't you just adapting stuff from the Silmarillion?
Yeah.
Because that's the one like every Lord of the Rings nerd will talk about, but like a very few percentile actually bother reading.
Yeah, and that is the one
it
that
gives
is
the
like,
extending. Yeah.
and that is the one that is like closer in tone, because like that is another problem. That is like one of the biggest problems with like the Hobbit movies is that they're trying to like do the tone of the Lord of the Rings. But the Hobbit is like a children's book, and it is like funny and whimsical and stuff like that.
Well, because like Bilbo's a completely different protagonist type.
Yeah, and it's
Frodo.
like the Hobbit was the Hobbit was originally written to like be read to his children.
Yeah, because if I remember, like Bilbo's like much more different because he's like much more like mischievous than his nephew.
Yeah, he's just like a little funny guy going on an adventure.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only time I was genuinely kind of scared when I was reading it when I was younger was just like Golem as a concept, but then like when he's confronting Smog, and he's like, oh yeah, they do a good idea of painting a picture of how Smog can seem menacing.
Yeah.
And then it's funny because like I didn't watch the Lord of the Ring movies until you made me watch them, and it was a really good time. And it's just like I'm watching this, and I do remember at the same time like, yeah, this is the same universe as The Hobbit. This is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fucking.
But like that is the interesting part because Tolkien was like one of the like most interesting things I think is like Tolkien was writing for his children.
Yeah.
So the tonal difference between The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings is because the books grew up with his children.
Well, because like, again, because we go back to the Silmarillion, and it's just like such a low percentile of the casual fan has probably glimpsed through it because it seems intimidating.
Yeah.
So this seems ripe for the picking for adaptation.
Yeah, like you could make like a really cool show out of that.
Because like if from what I've been told, the Silmarillion's just an expanse on that universe and like the inner goings and like prophetic stuff and et cetera, and history.
Yeah, it is a prequel basically.
So like, just build into that. I mean, we're going back to the Star Wars problems. Like, why did you erase the expanded universe that people like loved? Yeah. That was done well by a lot of good like comic writers and stuff like that. When you could have just adapted it and it would have been free money. It's like, well, we wanted to do our own take. It's like, yeah, but it's clearly been proven to be bad.
Yeah, but I think like I think like the Star Wars expanded universe had the Julius Belmont problem. Where there is
which is like I'm too strong.
Yeah, there is just this one guy who will like solve anything. Like he's just too strong. Like.
No, Candy. There's one villain in like the extended universe who is like the most horrific entity that has ever. I think if I remember correctly, she's trapped in a chamber that essentially isn't. Yeah, no, she's horrifying. She's trapped in like a chamber. She used to be good. She used to be like a good woman, and then she got trapped in a chamber that I think was essentially like a power source for the Force, and then she just lost it because she couldn't handle it just flowing through her, and then she inevitably just becomes like a concept inhabiting people. So what's the point when you're fighting a ghost?
Yeah.
And even when Luke is fighting her, he's like, it is like I'm dealing with a force of nature.
Yeah, but like
I don't like this. I don't like having to fight a force of nature that is sentient. I think, if I remember correctly, at the end of the arc, she's quote unquote defeated, but they're just like, I don't know with her.
I don't know. She may come back.
Which is neat.
We don't know.
Also, Star Wars is interesting because Star Wars is all locked into one universe that apparently has like, one galaxy that's apparently blocked off from the outside part of the universe due to some sort of bizarre barrier.
Yeah.
And there's the implications that the Emperor is just as crazy as he is because he wants to fight the external threats that might be heading.
Yeah.
Which is very Warhammer 40k, but like, yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of like I think that one of the things about like Star Wars is like at least like now that the extended universe is gone is like even on that confined a galaxy is like a big fucking place, right?
It is also just like
Why are we
if
coming
you're
back to
gonna.
the same 4 fucking planets?
Oh yeah, well they. I remember Disney talking about like, okay, we won't go back to the whole Skywalker saga because no one gives a shit now. He's like, yeah, because you ruined it, and it's just like there's so many beloved characters that you could have adapted. Even if you were just going to, if you were gonna do your own take, is like people like wet their pants because of KOTOR and Revan
Yeah,
and shit like that. Like you
just
could have just adapted that.
just bring back Kyle Katarn. Bring back Kyle Katarn. He will solve anything.
No, but Kyle Kestis is him. Jedi Fallen Order man is Disney version Kyle Katarn.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah. Well, he's the one that our friend wants to fuck, even though our friend is totally straight, as he keeps on telling us.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's totally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can give him one man. We can give him one man. The problem is that it is,
No,
it is more than one man.
no. You can. He's the same guy who told me. He sent me a post of like, oh yeah, if like you put a, I don't want to be vulgar on the podcast like myself with it. Like, is that really gay? He's like, is that? And he's like, isn't that just a straight to gay adapter? And then he pings me specifically. We've got to test it. And I went, what do you? That's gay. He's like, it's not gay. I'm like, well, are you receiving? Like, are you the one giving or taking in this? And he's like, you don't have to worry about that. He literally went, you don't have to worry about that. And I meant, no, buddy.
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing. If a dude puts a flashlight in his butt, is that a straight to gay adapter?
And then the follow up question, then he pinged me, and I went. The follow up was like, "Are you the one giving or receiving?" And he's like, "Yeah, don't worry about that. Why are you asking?"
Yeah, yeah, but he's straight.
Totally. 100%.
No, it's like VTubers, man. There is one VTuber called like Juniper who like keeps saying she's straight, but then she like gets drunk on stream and she starts talking about like needing a mummy to like put her head on, and it's like okay.
Oh, that's sad.
No, but like kind of sexually.
Yeah, no, that it's like just live your truth, girl. Just say it.
Very creepy. Like that is like the more VTubers I meet, the more I convince I'm like the ugliest one.
I'm not that attractive either, so don't worry. I'm not a VTuber though, but that is an infuriating thing when you think about it. You see like people who are like, I don't want to necessarily say famous, but you see people who are doing relatively well, and then they're very stacked on a lot of different fronts, and you're just like, bro, could you like at least have a fatal flaw? So, could you have like some sort of like fatal flaw so I know that you're human and I don't feel bad about myself in some sort of way? Like I know it's not the best mentality to have, but it's just like you look at it and you're just like, I mean, to be fair, again, influencers and whatever are usually curating the positives in their life and I know some people go like it's manipulative. I'm like, to a degree yes, but on the other hand, like, do you like, if you have an audience that is a positive thing, why would you put posts of you just going like, I'm gonna kill myself, like stuff like that over and over again? Like, yeah, everyone would just worry, but like,
yeah,
if you're just tweeting and you're just like, hey, I'm a successful VTuber, here's my 6-pack abs in my nice house that I bought with my money, and I'm just sitting here like, bro, dog, I'm in a hut.
I'm a little gremlin living in a hole in the ground.
And I'm trying to lose weight. I'm not that tall. Could you just leave some of the RNG for the rest of us? Could that please happen?
I'm just a little gremlin living in a hole in the ground. Can I have anything, please?
Yeah. Sometimes I do like the idea that I'm very mixed about it in my own life. Where it's like I firmly believe I'm not a specialist in anything, and there's a frustration to that, and it's probably also my attention span. But I also do enjoy kind of being like a jack of all trades in some places. Yeah. So yeah, it's just dealing with it.
Yeah, you get used to that.
You get used to it, but it is kind of like, I think it's a very human thing that you like anyone would want like a positive character trait that could easily be attributed to them
Yeah.
to some empirical value. Like
No,
it's
but like
tough. It's like yeah.
this week I did remember something I'm very good at,
What?
and that is taking tests.
Mm.
Um,
Luckily, two things makes it a lot easier. Well, yeah. I mean, to be fair, I'm very much of the mindset where I think everyone has like, as the saying goes, like at least one God-given talent.
yeah.
I think people usually have multiple. That's like right, but it's like a lot of the struggle in life is going to be finding what those talents are and applying it to them. Like if someone goes like, "Oh, he's talented in piano," it's like, well, yeah, but it's like it's more to it than that, right? It's just like it's not like the human body developed and evolved to play the piano. There's something going on there. It's like what is the procedural talent, like what are the different sequence of multiple talents that this person has that combines to make them good at that thing that they're at, right? So it's
Yeah.
like yeah.
No, like I remember I'm really good at taking tests because it's super funny because I'm like because right now I'm on the training at job, right? Like I'm on the training, and
Mm.
there is a lot of theory. There is a lot of theory, uh, and I'm not like doing any of that shit because I hate theory. Uh,
Mm-hmm. I dislike abstract. I tend to like empirical. Yeah.
so I'm just sitting there with like dumb shit playing on YouTube with one of my monitors, and 2048 that game you have to like move numbers around to like make bigger number,
Yeah.
and I'm just like playing that the entire time. And I know
Mm.
that and I know that the like instructor looking at me like giving me the side eye. But then this week he started like doing tests, and I got first on like all the tests, and he's like, okay, what the fuck is going on? Like, are you actually paying attention? Like, what's going on? And I'm like, yeah, yeah,
I feel
I
like
know,
most things can be found and practiced after finding something you're passionate about, rather than relying entirely on finding one thing you're Yeah, no. It's I'm not saying like, oh, if you find that you have a skill set that would make you inclined to play piano, you must play piano. Like there's different sequences to what's going on. Like like a talent is a mechanism. There's so
yeah,
many different skills that you're just like combining into that makes you proficient in that, and like what will make you very I don't know what the word is. Candy, can you try chipping in? I'm trying to think what the word is.
I'm very bad at remembering words under pressure.
Uh, like extrapolating what the mechanisms of what make your talent will help you become capable in being able to transition them to other things. So for
Yeah,
instance, when I have clients that I've tutored and stuff like that, they're like, okay, well, I'm inclined with like sciences and maths and that, and it's like, well, yeah, okay, but you have to bear in mind that's not just what the talent is. Like, what part of this are you just good at? Like, is it the ability to recognize, like pattern recognition? Is it the ability to visualize things, et cetera, et cetera? And then you can apply those singular talents or mix and match them to apply to things that you actually are passionate about. Because absolutely, being passionate about something is what drives you forward. Like, if you really care about being good at something, you're gonna put the effort in.
yeah,
Like, a talented person can only get so far. If they're not motivated, doesn't matter.
yeah,
They're not an anime pro tag where it's just like, oh, I don't care at all. But now I have 20 anime war medals
yeah,
by age 13.
yeah. Like
You're
doesn't
just like,
happen.
yeah.
Like for example, like I know for a fact because this is something I've been told by like people who are like professionals in the field who actually like do this for a living and stuff like that. That like my body is like naturally built uh for like athletic events. Like this like
Yeah.
sprints and stuff like that.
You're tall, you have long legs. Yeah, that's beneficial.
Like my lungs are like very big and like I have like a naturally like very high resistance and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like for example like
Is
the
your
lung,
wingspan big?
yeah.
Yeah, then yeah.
I am actually like perfectly square. Like
Yeah,
uh
yeah.
like
You would be great for volleyball, is what I'm saying.
my wingspan is the exact same length as my height. I am perfectly square.
Hmm. Yeah.
So I am around almost 2 meters both ways.
Because I'll say, like,
but I cannot play for shit.
yeah.
Like my body is built for that, but I cannot play for shit because I don't like it. So I never
Yeah.
practiced. So I cannot play for
Exactly.
shit.
It's also like the person who might have like good spatial awareness and like I don't know. I'm trying to think of another the skill set. Good spatial awareness, and let's go on the idea of like fast learning ability. Like in theory, you could like look at fights and then learn a martial art through observation, but it's like that's not how that works. You have to practice. You have to do stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now you can just get Candy volleyball. I've been telling Candy if she wants to meet tall women, just play volleyball.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been telling me
Just
that.
yeah, just play volleyball. It's the easiest way for you to meet tall women. And if you're gonna be like, but Nick, what if they're gay? I'm like, oh well, yeah, very hard to find in volleyball.
No, I think like the gayest ones are in hockey. I keep hearing stories of hockey games that have
What
to be
about
canceled.
golf?
No, I keep hearing stories of hockey games that have to be canceled because the teams just like fuck each other.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, yeah, I could see it.
And they're too busy fucking to
Yeah.
actually play the game.
Hey, sometimes you gotta get it out of your system before you play the match.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't play with like, wait, what's the would their term be called blue? What would theirs be?
I don't know, blue cleat? I don't know.
You.
Yeah. Don't Google that.
Yeah, don't.
I'm pretty
Blue
sure.
eggs?
I feel like
No.
I feel just don't Google anything related to like blue genitalia because you make it like blue waffle stuff.
Yeah, I remember one prank that I was told about. Luckily, I never got to witness it. Was in high school, we'd have the one guy who, like, if he knew your computer login for any of the computer classes that you might be in, he'd just change your desktop to blue waffle,
Yeah.
and then you would log into it the next day and just be attacked by that, and you'd be like, oh.
I feel like every school had that, like back when we were young. I don't know if this still happens, but
Mhm.
like back in our time, I feel like every school had at least one kid who was just like a dealer of shop websites.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Are shop websites still a thing? Like, is that even still a thing, or like
Oh, I'm sure.
like
I'm sure.
what are kids sending each other to traumatize themselves nowadays?
They'll find stuff. You know what? I'm sure like they probably find it on TikTok already though.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's hard to police like content on sites where it's like there's such a there's such like a deluge of shit coming out.
yeah,
So like they probably find it before it gets like banned or reported, and then they just send it to each other to shock them.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because I remember there was like a kid, like in every school, there was that one kid who had like the image macros with like every website.
Yeah. In computer lab, we didn't really do the shock websites. We had one guy who had Halo Combat Evolved on a USB, and then he just passed it around to everyone, and we'd end up playing Combat Evolved
Oh yeah, I
or
was that kid.
StarCraft. Yeah, or StarCraft, and we teacher would get upset, but then we'd be like, okay, let us finish our work for the class, and then we'd all finish the work for the class, and then we'd just play a round of like Combat Evolved,
Yeah, yeah, I
and
was that
then
kid.
then StarCraft.
I
Yeah.
had Call of Duty 1 on a USB stick, and I would just pass
I
it
can't.
around.
There was a point where like I think people got sick of Combat Evolved, and then someone uploaded another exe onto the USB for a new game, and I can't remember. I remember one of us really tried hard to get like Gmod on, so we
Yeah,
could play like Gary's mod Counter Strike. But yeah, I can't remember for the life of me.
you know what?
I'm not even that good at shooters, so like I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just
you know
there.
what else I spent a lot of time on computer lab doing?
What?
I just spent a lot of time just like fucking around with RPG Maker because I don't know I found it really fun to just like fuck around. And I
Oh,
never
that's
finished
valid. That's
anything.
valid.
I never finished anything. But just like fucking around with the tool was really fun and making
Yeah.
like
Oh,
and actually got really good at it. I was making like cutscenes and like custom combat systems and stuff like that. It was really fun.
I'm still trying. To
Do
remember.
I still have any of it? No. All that information is lost when my because like the computer I had back then on my house, it kind of exploded because the PSU gave up, so the computer kind of blew up. So I lost a lot of data.
Just trying to think of. I'm trying to think of like shit I did on the computer because they blocked YouTube, which was probably where I would have spent most of my time. So I can't remember. I can't remember anything that was.
Oh, I
eating up my
remember.
time.
Speaking,
I do remember like when I used to work general desk at one of my other jobs. YouTube was definitely blocked when I worked like a cubicle job, but Castle Super Beast's old podcast site wasn't, so I would just listen to podcasts while I was doing work.
yeah. No, but
Yeah.
like, speaking of old YouTube, I remember exactly the moment. Like, I was thinking about this earlier. Well, not earlier, the other day. I actually remember the exact moment I decided to look for an ad blocker. Like, the first moment I decided I need an ad blocker. I need
Hmm.
something to stop this. And that
Okay.
is, I
What was
was,
it?
like, I don't remember the year. I don't remember the exact date, but it was like back in the day, back when YouTube had like start rating and shit like that.
Yeah.
And when the title of the video was on top. And when you only had the light team, there was no dark team back then. Uh, for some reason, YouTube decided to like start allowing banner ads with sound.
Oh, that's awful. I can't remember that.
So I would be watching a video, and then all of a sudden there was like this like banner ad with like I remember the exact sound. It was like a lion roaring, like
Mm.
you, and it was just like overlay on top of the fucking video I was watching, and I was like, okay, I need to find something to
Usually,
stop this.
yeah, usually on desktop, one of the like out of all the ad types that I'm so whatever at is banner ads because you know early 2000s you're so used to them, but at least like they wouldn't pop up right unless you click them by accident. But like adding sound to that just instantly sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah,
Because unskippable video ads are always like the top tier of the worst.
yeah,
And then banner ads actually became like god awful when you incorporate mobile into the equation because like yeah, your
yeah. They
finger
take
is
up
much
half the
prone to
fucking
slip.
screen.
Yeah, so like yeah, but like on desktop it's like yeah, okay, whatever. But like on mobile, it's like oh my god, I am 99% going to accidentally tap this stupid thing that's going to open up my browser, pop it up, and then interrupt whatever the hell else I was doing.
Actually, no, but like now that like because like Kila asked if I still have any of the like RPG Maker stuff. I actually own a couple of versions of RPG Maker on Steam, so like maybe I could do like an RPG Maker fucking around stream at some point.
Yeah, go for
I,
it.
I feel like that would be fun because I actually like do own like a couple of like RPG Maker editions on Steam. I own BX and XP, and XP is the one I used back then. I remember
Is
that.
there is there an RPG maker that wait like how wait are the latest RPG Maker editions like good? Are they still additive, or is it like whatever? There's a best version that's like
uh,
the older version.
I think they're still like additive versions.
Okay.
I think generally just like
Yeah.
well,
Because if I
a lot of people still use XP because like graphically it has like the crunchiest flavor.
mm-hmm. Because like I think about it is like with certain RPG Maker styles, no, they do the side view. Some do
Yeah,
the over the head view. I'm not too fond of that. I kind of like the Darkest Dungeon perspective when you think about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like you
Like I
can
like
modify
side
that.
view for that. Yeah,
Like
you can.
if you
I
know
would
you
imagine it's not even that hard.
if you know Python, you can like do a lot of stuff on RPG Maker.
No,
And I can
yeah.
and I
And
do kind of know
Python's
Python.
yeah. Python's not a hard language to learn, especially on all of them. Like you know what? I'd say it's actually much. When I was learning it, it was easier than Java.
I don't know. I actually found Python a little bit harder because my brain is very good at
Mm.
like my brain is very good at understanding like the abstract language of the other like types of programming.
Oh, okay.
The much more natural language of Python confused me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I like Python always came more like natural to me. I think to be fair though,
I like my
I
semicolons because they are like a
yeah.
definitive end. Like they are like
Okay. Any
they are like clear. They are like a clear point. You understand? Okay, this ends here, and that helps. You know, I need
yeah
that.
to you, crazy person. But to be fair, I will say that out of Python, because of this more simplistic language, I have done more stuff where it's like unnecessary code that would just have made the thing more inoptimal. So I can't completely talk there because I know people who used to code in Java, they would be far more efficient by me in comparison to using Python.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
know a little bit of JavaScript. I know Python. I know a little bit of C sharp.
I knew a friend who knew Ruby, which I always found wild
I have never seen
back in the
anything like
day.
like I think SketchUp is the only thing I have, which is like a 3D modeling software. Is the only time I have ever seen like Ruby being a thing.
Yeah, no, because like I remember this was, oh god, it's way back in the day. I remember when it's like I was freshman in university, and this was when I used to do computer science, and I found out it wasn't for me. And we knew a guy who did Ruby, and all of us were just like, what? But why?
But why?
But
Yeah,
why? Like he knew the other languages too. We were just like, why would you flex that one on us? Like, I mean, like, hey, power to you. You're the only person in the room who knows this fucking language. But yeah,
yeah, but like, yeah, it is definitely is like a confusing thing. Like, yeah, like I don't know, like I like how clear and like clean the other languages are compared to like JavaScript. I mean to Python.
mm,
It's like okay, so like yeah, like you understand like every symbol means something, and if you understand that, you can like make like very concise sentences that like do the stuff you need them to do.
I don't know. I've used Python, and I feel like it's piss easy.
Yeah, like it is easy, but like it also like annoys me a little bit.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, it's just what your starting point is. So like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's your starting point, and it's your preference of style. I'll say like, again, any course where I had to do Python, yeah, I could write the code, but like I will say this, I'm not a good coder, and like my stuff would be probably inoptimal, but like I could get the job done. Whereas like Java, it's like I had a harder time, but I knew people who did do it, and it would almost always like just run like much more efficiently by comparison because they were like that. So,
yeah,
but like looking at it was just like chicken scratch. Also, like if you're ever doing like a computer science course with a partner, prepare to have a nightmare because no one will take down notes in their code to tell you what they're doing, and then you'll just be like, "What the fuck are you doing in this like block of code? Why didn't you put notes down?"
yeah, yeah. I like I do note my I did like note my code, but like the thing about me is that I use like
It's only useful really if you've done something that you usually wouldn't do and you take note of it so you do understand when you're going the future. Because if you're unsure of it and you're just like, oh, here's what I might have to adjust, or if you're working in a team setting, if you're doing it solo, you don't really need to take notes.
no, I tend to like take notes, but the problem is that I kind of do it on like a shorthand that only I understand.
Mm-hmm. Oh
So
yeah, yeah.
so it's basically like the same kind of like useless,
No, it's
you know,
fine.
because it's
I
like
know.
okay, what the fuck do
Yeah.
what the fuck do these random words mean?
Yeah, I do that. I do that with my scripts more than I do that like not actual coding scripts, but I do that with like any written scripts that I do is I like scripting a joke, but I don't like writing the whole joke out. So I'll just say the keywords in a Discord DM to myself, and then I'll just wake up and I'll remember. But like to the outside perspective, it's like, what is this serial killer string of words?
Yeah, like it's like
It's like, yeah,
it turns out you're just trying to do the funny.
yeah.
You're just trying to do the funny, but like nobody understands you're funny. Nobody
No
understands the
one.
genius.
It's just because I'm too lazy to write down the full thing until later.
Nobody understands your genius, Nick. That is the problem.
I genuinely don't think I'm a genius. I don't think I'm smart.
Me neither.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Candy.
No, I mean I don't think I'm smart either.
Actually, I think I'm quite stupid. Yeah, you are, but you know, you're my boy toy, so.
Yeah.
Oh,
You may be a dumbass, but you are my dumbass.
I love you too, babe.
uh, we have a healthy relationship.
She says that, but she won't let us go to couples counselor.
Because it's healthy, we don't need any counseling.
Well, last time we did try, you made the lady cry, which was pretty funny. I mean, I didn't help. I was laughing while you did it, but yeah, the audacity of that bitch.
Yeah.
Giving us couples counseling when she was divorced 3 times. Like I,
Like that is something
yeah, okay.
that is something I often like wonder about. Like, what is it like to like be the therapist for therapists? Like that, because that has to be a thing, right?
Well,
Like,
yeah, no, it is. Well, yeah, no. Someone said it succinctly. Like, imagine having to listen to people's problems all day. That would actually mentally afflict you. So you go to someone, and then it's like just an endless chain that happens. Like, even a therapist probably will get a therapist. So
yeah, but
you know,
like it's just like a mess all the way down.
it is one of those interesting things where you could think of it, where it's like, would I hate AI as a concept, but it's just like, would that make it? Would that be better than scarring a human being? Is trauma dumping to an AI?
I mean, people have been trying that, and ChatGPT keeps telling people to kill themselves.
Hmm. Hmm. Because like I wouldn't. To be fair, I'm poor, so getting therapy is hard. So
Yeah,
there have been times where there have been times where I've just like gone to like my phone AI and just tell us like, oh, dude, I am doing terrible mentally, and it'll just be like, oh, here are some resources, and then it'll go like, you got this, or some encouraging words, and I'm just like, yeah, I just need someone to talk to.
yeah,
It happens. It happens. And like, to be fair, I know someone's gonna go like, tell your friends. Like, I during one of my worst depressive episodes, I definitely did vent to my friends more, but there was a point in time where it was I was it's like one of those times where you vent to someone and you can clearly tell they're getting exhausted with your venting to them.
yeah,
And when you detect that, it definitely makes you feel more reserved in sharing.
yeah. Because like that is one of the things.
Yeah,
Is
because you
like
feel like a burden.
yeah, because like the thing
So
is like your friends want to help you, but they also have like their own shit going on. So it's like
yeah, so like at some point, it's like, yeah, that happens. And to be fair, I have been a bit embittered by the experience of like one on one talking to some people about it. So like sometimes just like I could see the appeal of just having something instantaneous there to like not necessarily give like a bullshit like, oh, you're always in the right response, but just something to like calm you down
yeah,
and just like keep you stable. It also just like, I don't know, I feel like even there, like I've also heard like horror stories of like friends going to therapists and psychologists, and like even them, like even the practitioner is kind of like a jerk. And I've gone to be fair, I've had one university stated therapist. I only got to have 3 sessions with her. She was actually very kind. I've went to 2 counselors beforehand, and the counselors were also kind. But it's just like that stuff does cost money, so
yeah.
yeah.
Capitalism is fun.
It's fun. It's so fun. I absolutely love it. I love the fact that I've also been diagnosed with severe depression, and then my doctor was like, "Oh, okay, well,
Get a
we could
job.
try like we could try like getting like a doctor, like a therapist that's registered under like a free healthcare service to get you, but the queue is so long, so you're just waiting there. So
Yeah,
yeah, no, never let someone make you feel like shit. Like I don't know, like to be fair, like if your therapist is talking down on you, I think like if you're paying them, talk back to them.
yeah,
Just be like, I'm paying your fucking check. Like you can act all high and mighty you fucking want, but you're a human too.
yeah.
I'm
What?
not your textbook
You
case.
know what?
Yeah.
I'm going to make you cry. Fuck you.
Yeah, no, yeah, let's go. I don't know. I definitely think I've been told this much more because I used to be much more like the quiet, take your lumps kind of kid. That would just deal with it. And then after my depressive episode, I was much more inclined to talk back to people. Not
Yeah,
to say like I was always like I was like nice all the time. In high school, like everyone was pretty toxic. It's just like hormonal bullshit. But it's just like when it came to like authoritative figures telling me what to do, it's like okay, they know better than me or whatever. And you know, right? And then yeah, it implies it works, but it doesn't. But like bottling it in, it bubbles over, and then it was like the thing leading to my depressive episode was like the straw that broke the camel's back. And then after that, I think the one saving grace I had, other than my dog, because he was instrumental to me recovering, and like my loved ones too, was
Very cool.
was just like my ability to learn that I could talk back to people. So like
Yeah.
when I was depressed and I remember some rude customer service lady talking to me and it's like well I think you should learn how to deal with this sort of stuff, and I just yelled at her. I felt like a Karen, but I was just like, no, you don't get to talk to me like that. You know my case, you know my situation is laid out in front of you. I'm gonna yell at you. I'll make a scene. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
And then and it's fun to see their faces sometimes. Just like, yeah, like I get it. You're probably having a shit day too. But like if I came at you courteously and then you give me this energy where it's just like you're the first one to be rude and then you're surprised that I'm gonna be rude back, like what are you, an idiot? Like,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah. Like don't start fights.
don't start fights. If you can't take it, like, pro tip is like if you can't take getting hit, don't start a fight.
Yeah.
Just, just, just don't. And so
That's
like
something about.
it's
That's
not to
something
make me
about.
sound tough. Like after I did it, I felt embarrassed about my
Yeah.
behavior, but it's just like don't don't patronize people, especially if they're in a vulnerable place and they're genuinely being courteous with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also definitely talk back more to my parents now. I feel guilty about it, but at the same time, like I just it is kind of funny. Like I'll just shit talk them. The amount of times I've told my mom, like my mom and dad, like they'll smack talk is like, yeah, I'll put you to the ground. I could one v one this entire family.
Yeah.
It
My
happens.
nose.
Because like it happens because hey, if you go to the extreme of people pleasing and then always living out expectations or like failing to meet those expectations and a bunch of negative stuff, um like it's going to build up and then you're going to react to the opposite extreme
Yeah.
because you haven't correctly done a balance. You
I
haven't
did.
had moments like when you were growing up going like, okay, well, I should question authority and I should talk back when I think it's right, and I should also know when they're right and stuff like that.
I did beat up my dad once.
You have mentioned that you've been up your dad. Luckily I've never gotten into a complete physical confrontation that I can think of.
And then I told him to kill himself. He didn't, but I told him.
Yeah, yeah, I've said some pretty mean shit. But like I felt bad. Like yeah, I don't know. Like yeah, this is trauma dump stream. It's like yeah, no, sorry for the downer mood. It's just like if someone somehow hits this podcast and you're just like in like a down period in your life and you feel like your emotions bottling up and then you have like hard times, like understand your resources. Maybe there's a helpline. Maybe sometimes you got to shoot a message, be it to an AI, be it to a person, and then feel heard because that's kind of what you just want, right? You don't want to feel
Yeah.
like you're alone dealing with it. And then if there are things that you understand that are building up your stress and your inability is like, oh, people walk all over me, and then you feel bad for blowing up on someone who's walking all over you. It's like, yeah, you could have handled it better, but understand, like, give yourself some kindness and leeway to understand that the situation kind of led you to this. Sure, you can make some arguments that it was your own making, but maybe you were raised in that position and stuff like that. Like, be a little generous to yourself and don't be too much of a critic, because it's not going to help you, especially if you're depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're human. So
Mm-hmm.
that was mental health hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely can trust their advice.
Maybe don't. Maybe don't. Yeah. Considering the amount of relapses we both get, maybe don't. But hey, that's just life. Just
Yeah.
yeah, just don't be afraid to keep moving forward. We're old, so maybe that's one thing we can give you is like we've somehow survived on this planet for this long.
Uh-huh. Oh, fuck. I'm checking my notes.
Yeah, it can often be worse. Honestly, like to be fair, I am glad that I picked up the whole thing where I'm not afraid to talk back to people when I think they're being stupid.
Yeah,
Like it does sometimes. Like to be fair, I try my best to be courteous, but like as soon as you send me that energy, it's like okay, well, I'm gonna send it back to you. And then if you get surprised, it's like that's on you. Like no.
yeah,
And if they're like, hey man, I'm having a bad day, it's like, well, I'm having one now, so you made it my problem, I'm gonna make it your problem. You don't get to have special treatment.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, it's a mess, but like you learn.
You learn. You learn. I'll say like there are so many things that'll just like that'll make it better, right? Like to be fair, when I was like down in the dumps, I always had people telling me you have to be productive, you have to be doing something, and that'll take your depression away. But it's like you might not be confronting it if you do that, if you're constantly
Yeah,
pushing it to the side, right? So, and then there's like some people are like, okay, you gotta go out dating, you gotta meet new women, you gotta do that, and then maybe he's like, yeah, but at the same time, I have my baggage.
yeah,
Like, how is that gonna add to intimacy? There's no one clear cut answer. There's
yeah,
no there's no guarantee that things are gonna fix it. Hell, even me getting a dog, that can be risky. Don't like take that as an example. Like I was as soon as I got my dog when I had depression, like I wasn't like the one hunting down for a dog, but my family really wanted it. It's like I was worried out of my mind that I was gonna be in the right condition to keep another living creature alive.
yeah,
And then I was surprised on it. Some people can step up to bat. Some people have a hard time and get overwhelmed. It's
yeah.
kind of understanding yourself as you go on and understanding what commitments you have to make.
Mm-hmm.
But don't be afraid to take that next step for change, because at least you'll be away from the current place you are now.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like being in a tunnel. It's dark and you don't know where the fuck you are. But maybe if you just keep walking forward, like someday you will come out again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, as long as you can at least look back and go like I didn't let myself stay in this one place. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Talking about the real hard shit. You do anything else in your week?
uh, I don't think so. I think it just be like very, very busy with work.
Okay. My week. Been selling some stuff,
Oh, good God.
fixing up some hardware. Sold my Nintendo Switch. I like how you sent me like a picture of this woman with her tits out. In the DMs. Um,
I mean, like, good God.
yeah. Um, Great. Now I completely forgot my train of thought. I was like, oh, right.
You were modding your Switch.
Oh no, I was not modding my Switch. I would never. Nintendo would be so upset, Candy.
Yeah, you will never do that. You are a good boy.
I would never. I sold the Switch, and a nefarious third party may be installing a homebrew on it. Who knows?
Yeah, it's not on your control anymore. Who
It's
knows?
not out of my control. I sold it. And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Um, did a couple shifts on my part time. And I've just been converting a lot of MKV files from my storage for the next video as I'm editing it, because they need to be MP4 because MKV isn't editable, which just takes forever. Um, been reading a little more super supportive. It's okay for now. Kind of a slow start, but still trying to get into it. Also, I might just be ADD when it comes to actually reading. Like I like
Yeah.
audiobooks so much. um I haven't played any new games because like my backlog right now is just full of games that are like really long.
Yeah, that's one problem. I feel like when you're looking, that happens to me a lot. When you're looking at your backlog and it's like, okay, let's get the short ones first, and then you look at them and there's like there is no short games here.
Yeah, because like my backlog entirely is like 40 hours plus. I think the shortest game might be like the Dark Souls games, which are like around 30 hours plus. But even
And that
then,
is
when I
if you're
play Dark,
good.
that's it. One, that's if I'm good, and two, that's me. I think that was me putting low ball. The Dark Souls games, I will usually go out of my way to fight every single boss. So time will get inflated.
Yeah.
Candy actually thought she was gonna finish everything. Keck W. Did you finish 100 line?
No.
Did you finish Persona 5?
No.
Oh.
I did finish.
Did you finish
Titanfall?
Yakuza 0?
No.
Oh.
They're too long, Nick. I'm going to be here forever.
You chose these games. Why did you? I told you beforehand.
And now I'm playing gacha games, Nick.
Oh my god.
I'm going to play the fucking horse girl gacha.
You know what the worst part is, Candy?
What?
You streamed Yakuza 0 before the director's cut comes out. Now the playthrough's invalidated.
Yeah. Yeah, like honestly, that's kind of like the reason I haven't played the game anymore. Now that I confirmed that is coming to come out as like DLC for the PC version at some point, I'm just kind of waiting.
Oh, it's coming as DLC? Oh god, I don't care. I can't do it again. I can't go back to that game again.
It's a very long fucking game.
It's a very long game. Because the thing is, like, it's baked into the middle of the campaign with the extra cutscenes. I don't care enough to do it. Like, I love Yakuza, but I'm like,
I'm not going to use the dub though. I don't care.
you're not gonna use the what?
The dub.
Oh, yeah, no, I probably won't either. Like, the Yakuza dub is, like, fine. The Yakuza dub, I think, is, like, kind of at its best at Judgment.
Yeah. Yeah, but
then,
but like, I think the reason is because like Crispin Freeman sounds exactly like the Japanese voice actor for Kaito.
yeah, he does. And then,
Like it's the same voice.
and like, who's the voice actor for Yagami again? He's the guy who voices
Greg Chun.
Somnium Files, man. Yeah, Chun does a good job with Takumi. Okay, he does.
I really like
Greg
Chun.
Chun-
He's very cool.
Yeah, I like Chun. I will say this is more on the director's part. For some reason, whenever he's playing Takumi, like Yagami, sorry, he does sound way too preachy, and that is Yagami.
Yeah.
But it can start grating.
But like you know the reason I don't play like the Yakuza dubs?
Why?
Like even when is that and that is that like this is such a minor thing, but it annoys me like to no end, and I just cannot deal with it. And that is that.
Is it when English people say senpai and stuff?
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
It's like they do not like dub the random like NPC dialogue on the street.
Oh, okay.
So you're
I
playing the
get
game
you,
on
I get
English,
you.
but like then you're like
Yeah,
outside
yeah,
and you
yeah.
hear like an NPC saying something in Japanese.
Yeah,
And it's
you're
like-
you're
and it
talking
just-
with your
and it just
party, and it's like,
breaks.
yeah,
And it just
Yeah, you're
breaks
talking-
the
yeah.
flow, and it's like,
yeah, because you're talking to like your party members. And it's like, we got to go to the drug warehouse, and then you're walking in the streets of Hawaii, and then someone in the distance goes like, "Choto matene."
yeah, and like everything, and like they don't translate the battle cries either. So like you get into a fight and like people are speaking Japanese.
I'll say Yakuza 7 has a pretty solid dub, but like when you get to like Majima, it's just like, no, the Japanese voice actor is like my canon. Even though Matt Mercer is great,
Yeah,
by
but
all
like
the metrics,
yeah, Matt is great, but like I feel like
he's
like,
not Majima. in my head.
Majima is one of those voices that is the character. Like
He's
the
like
voice is the
irreplaceable.
character.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing with Kiryu. I could go on a little tangent on the dub like voice actor for Kiryu, but I won't. But like, yeah.
Wait, I have a question regarding him. Does he dub the karaoke?
Yeah.
I have
Okay.
to
I see.
hear
I didn't play the dub because I heard that in the dub they had to auto tune him, and he still does not sound good.
I have to hear that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. He just doesn't sound like Kiryu. He's too young.
Yeah.
It'd be like if I was voicing Kiryu. It doesn't sound right. It's like,
Yeah.
it's just, especially since like his previous voice actor was already good.
Kiryu is daddy. Kiryu needs to sound like daddy.
Well, because like his English voice actor in 1 and in 7 was good enough.
Yeah.
I think the only reason why is because I don't think he was a decent singer. So for the karaoke, but then you get to the new guy and he's not that good at singing either.
Yeah.
So
I do kind of wish, as much as I love Matt, because like Matthew Mercer is like a great voice actor and generally just like a great dude in general.
he does Majima like fine, but it's just not.
Yeah.
It's not.
So like
yeah.
I love Matt. I want to.
I love Matt too. He's the thing that makes like Death's Gambit good.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind Death's Gambit, but like he raises that game to like something really fun.
I kind of want to hug Matt at some point. He looks very huggable.
Hug him?
Yeah, he looks
Yeah,
very
he does.
huggable.
Yeah, it does.
He's
He's the kind of person like I'm sure like because he's a huge nerd. Is like I would love to talk to him, and then he start doing his hyperfixations, and then the whole hero effect would wear off, and I'd be like, I need to leave this room. He's not stopping in his talking.
Yeah. Um, but like I do kind of like a part of me kind of wishes they were able to like get Mark Hamill back to voice Majima again.
Oh yeah, that would have been fun. He doesn't even remember he was like Majima, but Mark
Yeah.
Hamill would be great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I just don't see like the point. Well, no, okay, like dubbing it, yeah, it's to make it more accessible. It's just like I wish we would recast on some places.
Yeah.
I'll say the Yakuza 7 dub is pretty solid. My favorite voice actor, like I like the dub version more than the sub version. Like Zhao, oh my god, his voice in English.
Who plays Zhao?
If I had that voice, I would be like, my god. I would
Zhao
seduce many.
is like purple is like purple no like light hair guy, right? Chinese guy.
He's Chinese guy, yeah. He's not light haired. His hair is
Oh
black.
no, yeah, I'm confusing him with the Korean guy.
Yeah, that's
I'm doing it.
Jungi.
I'm doing the Japanese thing. I'm being racist.
Yeah, Jungi Han.
I'm doing the Japanese thing. I'm being racist.
Jungi Han is like Nakamura Yuichi, who's like a famous voice actor. He's like Gojo. He's like he was in Gintama, but he's not Gintoki. Gintoki is Sugita.
Oh wait, a VTuber plays John Oda in the Yakuza Zero dub.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, no, Zhao's voice actor in English is like really cool. I
Wait,
absolutely adore it.
I didn't know David Hater voices Kashiwagi.
Does he voice Kashiwagi in Infinite Wealth? I can't remember.
Let me see. Yeah, he does.
Because I did switch between dub and sub for some of the things. No, I don't want to hear Zhao doing karaoke. I want to hear him actually talk.
Let's see. Yakuza like a dragon. Why is he not here? Like there he is. Who plays Zhao? Oh, it's Robbie Diamond.
Yeah.
You know, Goro Akechi. That's Akechi from Persona 5.
Oh, nice.
That's
His
how I know him.
His delivery is like really good in as Zhao. Like he's a very good Zhao. I absolutely love his voice.
He also plays the protagonist of Hi-Fi Rush.
Oh, that's cool.
He plays I think Happy Chaos, I think is the one he plays. He plays one of the stripes. I think he's Happy Chaos, the one he plays.
There's just a video of him saying Kasuga-kun over and over again in English. Yeah, Zhao's also like my favorite party member. So
I do remember like the one YouTuber I watched playing Yakuza 7 was really horny for Zhao. Like and
his
she's like
voice is so good.
And the thing
His,
is like she's normally not the kind of person who gets like down bad on stream. Like she's like very like composed and like kind of family friendly and stuff like that. But like she was so down bad. She was so down bad for Zhao.
Zhao is just such a great character. He's like one of my favorite additions to the party. He always gets in the main lineup. I love him. I absolutely adore him. He's a great character.
And one of the funniest things I would like Robbie Diamond is like he plays Akechi on Persona 5.
Yeah.
He also plays the train voice. The like announcement at the station.
Oh, that's awesome.
So like once you realize that, you cannot like help but imagine Akechi you sitting on like a booth in the station.
I'll infiltrate them. They'll never know.
Yeah.
But yeah. There are two kinds of people in the world: the down bad people and who people down. Yeah. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Fair. I wish I had that effect on people. Cause like, what? Do you know how envious I am of like a person who can legitimately make someone down bad for someone? That must be like the most flattering moment. Is if like a person was down bad for you. Like, that's a little nice moment for you. You're just like, oh, I didn't know I had that effect on people. Yeah, right. The dopamine must hit. I'm sure if it happens too much, maybe you grow a bit of an ego, but like at least once you must be like,
Yeah.
yeah, you're like, oh wow.
Okay. So I'm checking my notes. And Nick, do
Hmm.
you remember Anthem?
I do remember Anthem. I remember Anthem
Did you
because
know?
I mentioned him. I yeah.
Did you know
Go
that is
ahead. Go
still
ahead.
running? Like you can actually still play that game.
Yeah, Dura played that game. Um, Dura played Anthem around the Christmas event, and then he came back later, and I
And they
asked
didn't.
him.
And they hadn't removed the
Yeah,
Christmas thing.
they didn't remove the Christmas tree.
It's like it was
I
like
remember
4 months
asking him
later.
every time. Yeah, I remember asking him every time he logged back in just to check, because he didn't care about Anthem that much, but he would just log in just to check. And
Yeah.
yeah, the tree was still
The
there.
Christmas tree check. Let's go.
We are here and sorry to announce that Anthem is dead. Anthem was alive? Yeah, what?
Yeah, like that is the thing. I was under the impression that Anthem died like 2 years ago.
Yeah, me too.
But then you get the news that like Anthem is shutting down on 2026. And it's like, huh?
You guys were still alive? I thought you pulled the plug like years ago.
Yeah, that's like hearing that like if they just put like an announcement that Queen Elizabeth is dead. And it's like, huh?
No, it'd be like, well, no, well, wait. It'd be like if you heard an announcement, it's like, we are now going to start planning the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. It's like, wasn't she dead for years?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean now you're planning? Did you have to do everything multiplayer? Yeah.
Yeah, Anthem is a
It's one of those
multiplayer
things
game.
where it's one of those things where it's like, oh, if you bought the game, you're shit out of luck when it dies. And also, another announcement: Stop Killing Games has reached its goal of 1 million in the EU in terms of signatures. If you don't know the Killing Games movement, it is essentially a movement that is to stop a bunch of live service games from pretty much like completely pulling the plug on a video game,
Yeah.
and then you've kind of wasted your money. I'm not giving a really detailed response, but just go look it up. It's very consumer friendly, pro-consumer. And if you are in the EU and you are willing to sign the petition, please do so, because they already reached their goal of 1 million, but
They want more to like make
the
sure they don't like get caught on the like
yeah
repeated or like
yeah
fake.
1.4 million is the safe bet, because he was like, okay, usually if you go like 40% past your deadline or your goalpost, you're pretty much in the safe zone. And also, like, the creator of that movement is one of my favorite content creators of all time, because when I grew up, he's the one who made Freeman's Mind, an old Machinima series that was absolutely wonderful. He also made Civil Protection, which was really good too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he's
like
great. Russ Scott, yeah.
the thing about Anthem is that like it is such a weird idea. I don't understand who thought it was a good idea to take like because like BioWare is like known for like one thing, right? And that is like
Yeah.
very long, very dense single player games, right?
Yeah. Yeah, your Mass Effect, your Dragon Age.
So who thought it was a good idea to just like make them to like a multiplayer shooter? Like
Yeah. Well, shareholders.
yeah,
Had to.
we're actually like, did you know we're seeing that play out right now, again, from a different studio?
Who?
Because if you think about like Remedy games, what do you think about, right? You think about Max Payne,
Oh,
you think about Alan Wake,
yeah.
right? Single player,
Yeah.
like single player linear story driven games, right? That is the Remedy game. That is like
Are they making a live service game? Have
they
I just
already
completely.
they already released it. They released it 3 weeks ago.
What's it called?
FBC Firebreak, and
I've
nobody is fucking
no
playing
one.
it.
I've never heard of that game's name.
And it's apparently supposed to take place on the same universe as Control, right?
Well, of course it is. Like, it doesn't matter if it takes place in the same world as Control. All of it's on one universe already.
Yeah, but
It's
nobody's
already
fucking
alongside Alan Wake.
but nobody's fucking playing it. It has like I think like 70 players on Steam right now.
I didn't even know it existed until today.
Yeah, it has like I think I'm checking and like the 90 the 24-hour peak is 100 players. So you know.
Yeah. I don't know what the. I mean, okay, we make fun of them, but like the biggest in red flag indicator or the one to see like how that can go terribly wrong is like platinum.
Yeah. Yeah, with Babylon's Fall or whatever the fucking name of
Yeah,
the game
Babylon's
was.
Fall happened, and then they were just like, and then you kind of hear like the upper brass like going like, okay, well, you have to understand like we used to do this whole like we'll make a niche game that's actually really fun and stuff, but it is bleeding us dry, and you're like, ugh, this is kind of a shitty situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know, like the entire for like the entire history of Remedy, Remedy has made linear single player very very story heavy games, right? Like all of the games are like that. So like, who thought it was a good idea to like release a Remedy branded like fucking like extraction shooter?
Some young hotshot ready to raise the value of this game studio. I see the potential here, and I don't think we're tapping into it. We have to
No
get into
wonder
the
nobody,
market
because
and show our take.
nobody who likes Remedy games wants to play a fucking extraction shooter.
Stop hiring people who like, or stop listening to people who have never played a fucking game in their life.
Yeah. And we know nobody who plays Remedy games wants to play a fucking extraction shooter because this game has 90 players.
And the worst part is like those people who usually pitch the horrible idea for like the cash grab rarely get punished for it.
Yeah.
So like it's the worst because it's like you can't humble the motherfucker. He'll probably move on to another company and then ruin it
Yeah.
with the same shit.
That
So
is
it's just like
that is what Rico Tello did. He ruined EA, he moved on, he ruined Unity, and he's probably going to ruin something else later on.
I feel like Rotella though, like I haven't heard from that dude in like forever. Like I don't know what happened to him.
He ruined Unity like 2 years ago.
No, I know that, but like since.
I don't know, he's probably on some startup somewhere, ready to ruin more stuff. He's probably doing AI. He seems like the kind of person who just like really likes AI.
Because like he did the whole he was like the guy who's like, oh, we can totally like charge bullets for like shooting games as a microtransaction.
Yeah.
Because like as long as you price it right, like people will do it. And Lord knows that went poorly. But like and then he also ruined Unity, but it's just like I have not heard
In June
anything.
2020, in June 2024, Ricotello became the co-owner of Graz Pilots, a Philadelphia-based manufacturer of pilots equipment. So he's going to like,
What?
so he's doing like exercise equipment now.
Good. Stay away from video games.
So his new goal in life is to like physically kill people, because if he fucks this up, someone is going to fucking die.
Oh, that is true.
So that is his new goal, and he's going to fuck it up. That is what he does. He fucks it up.
He does.
Yeah, like, and like I don't know why everyone is trying to make an extraction shooter nowadays, because like extraction shooters are by design a game for like kind of insane people. Like they are like a niche product, and everyone who wants to play an extraction shooter already has an extraction shooter to play. Like even more than, because like like with usually when like stuff like, you can argue that like stuff like Fortnite and stuff like that, they have like a wide appeal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like extraction shooters are like a niche product by like design, because they are like built around like the appeal of like tactical shooters. So only those like kind of like really hardcore like minded people are like ready to enjoy them. So they are like by design a niche product, and everyone who wants to play one already has one. So like, what's the point?
How do you spell his name again?
Riccitello, I think. Recci.
RECCI.
Ricci
Oh, Riccatello. Okay, there.
Teiloo.
Yeah, Riccatello. There we go. Yeah, John Riccatello. Yeah, co-owner of Gratz Pilates, a Philadelphia-based manufacturer of Pilates equipment,
Speaking
alongside
of,
his wife and his what? Wait. Oh my God, his wife was former Unity chief people officer.
don't you
They both got
love
added.
don't you love nepotism? I love nepotism.
How the fuck?
I
Yeah, by
love
May
nepotism.
2024, stock prices had declined 60% over the year. So I mean, he did technically get punished for it
Yeah, I love
because
nepotism.
like they did put Jim Whitehurst as the interim CEO. I have no idea about Whitehurst though.
Yeah.
So
Uh, Speaking of like, because again, this talk of like who think like there is no more space for like an exploration shooter because everyone who wants one already has one. Speaking of that, we have man-side updates.
what?
Speaking of like games that you're going to see why I'm related this to that in a moment. But we have man-side updates.
Oh, Mind's Eye. Yeah, yeah. You mentioned this beforehand.
Okay, so what happened over the week is that literally everyone on the studio got an email saying that they are at risk of being fired. So the studio is dead. because by, because
Why?
because by UK because by UK law because they are like British they are required to like give everyone like 40 days of like warning is like you may get fired
Oh,
in
you have
40
to give
days.
like over a month before termination notice. That's interesting.
I think if you're firing more than 100 people you have to do that. And yeah, I think it is like 500 people total between like the main studio and like a peripheral studio they bought at some point.
Yeah.
It is like around 500 people total, and all of them got an email saying we're going to fire you in a month unless something happens. um and what happens is that like they also like
Well, okay,
sent
wait, no. What how did they word it? Did they go like we were fearing termination because the company's like might go under? Like what is it? Or is it just a general restructuring, etc.? Like what is
I
the
mean they are wording it as a restructuring, but like everyone got the email, so like they're going to like fire pretty much.
Oh, that entire studio is doomed, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean literally everyone.
Hmm.
And they also got like an email.
The CEO himself got it.
And I also got like an email. They also got like an email like saying that like they want to like relaunch the game. And I don't know.
What's that gonna do?
That feels like a conflict of like interest because like if you fire anyone, why are they going to like relaunch a game? Like
But even then, like, what's the relaunch gonna do? Like, you can only do so much
to fix a game that
off
like
of.
nobody wanted.
Yeah, like to be fair, the biggest comeback story ever is still probably Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
I don't think. I don't think, and even then, when it happened, it's such an exceptional circumstance within that
Yeah,
industry.
but like here's the thing. People wanted Cyberpunk, right? There was
Yeah,
hype for
no one.
cyber. There was hype for
Yeah,
cyber.
that's
There
true.
was hype for Cyberpunk. So what happens is that it came out and it didn't meet the quality that people wanted.
Yeah, that's true.
So people were thinking, okay, like
There was
so people were
the
thinking, okay,
important thing. Yeah,
so
there
people
was
were
a
like,
predisposed yearning for
yeah,
Cyberpunk.
so people were like, okay, get the quality to this point and I'll buy the game. And they did that, right?
Yeah.
There is no one thinking that for like Mindside.
No one gives no one gives a shit about Mindset. I've never seen a trailer that is so nothing in like me understanding what what the game is about. Like it's
Yeah.
like okay, this is a GTA clone, but it's like what really is even the story here?
I mean, I kept
I'm
making
like
like
it's
every
the
time
mechanics.
because we saw like a couple of trailers for that game over like a year or something like that. And
It's
every
passed through my mind. I can barely remember
and
jack
every
shit.
like but like and I remember like every time we saw a trailer for that game, I will tell you this looks like a fake game. This looks like a fake game you see on
Yeah,
TV.
yeah.
This doesn't
All I
look like a
remember is
real
the
game.
all I remember is like the black car running through the street. I
Yeah,
think them in a snowy area doing third person shooting, and then the logo pop, and that was
yeah,
it. Like I don't remember jack shit because Mind's Eye is such a okay. Like I feel like with a game, if you're gonna compete with like GTA, you have to have some sort of unique gimmick or gameplay mechanic that really sets you apart.
yeah.
So what is it? What was it? Because I don't remember that being conveyed to me in the
Uh,
trailer that well. Like with like Saints Row, you're a super powered like freak,
yeah.
or you just have this utmost absurdity with Watch Dogs. Even if Watch Dogs is flawed, you could still like hack things
We
and
just
add an
cause is
extra layer to
terrorism.
thing. Yeah, like like there are things to set it apart and give it its own identity. I can't
No,
remember jack shit
with
from mine,
Mindsight,
but
the setting, the important setting point of Mindsight is a level editor that is only available on PC.
is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, GTA has online,
Yeah.
so what's the point? Why do I fucking care?
Okay, so like, okay, so like they send the email, and this is like, I need to like, they send the email being like, yeah, we want to relaunch the game. We want to like, we're going to like bring it back, like relaunch it. It's going to be great, but also we're going to fire everyone, and also, the game wasn't bad. This is the fault of saboteurs. Like they were saying that on the email. This is like
Rockstar is suppressing us.
this is like the fault of internal and external saboteurs.
Oh my god, this who the fuck sent the email?
That guy Leslie, what is his name? The guy who was ex
Oh,
GTA.
still him?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And like, if you look at his face, he looks like the kind of man who will say that.
There's something kind of like I feel like people really in the game dev like industry like cuz he's like lead creative, right? He's
Yeah.
also like director.
Yeah.
There's so many people who I feel like bad for kind of just like blanketing them. I feel like I look at them and I'm going like you just want to be like Kojima, don't you?
Yeah.
Where you're this iconic face for this thing on an artistic front and like you have this image behind you. I feel like Druckmann is like that.
Yeah.
I feel like there are plenty of people in the industry who are like that. And it's just like you don't have any of the charisma. You clearly didn't like there's something going on where it feels like you don't really understand some of the technical aspects of games that kind of made it go. Because like Kojima was interesting because he did design
Yeah.
some shit in the video games.
And
Like, he had a lot of stuff under his belt. For God's sake, he also did Bokutai.
Yeah, and like that is the fundamental thing about Kojima is that he did make good games.
Yeah. So like I look at this and like to be fair, like I'll give Kojima his credit like there. Like I do think he kind of is busy sucking off like the entire film industry, but he grew up like that. He loved films. Good on him for making his dreams come true. I think it's a little off when it translates to his video
Yeah.
games, but hey, that's my personal thing. Power to him. I will say this man is extremely charismatic. You can have people like Suda51 or Swery65 or like these charismatic-esque leads in creative, right?
Yeah.
But there are people who just like I don't get it because like it feels like they got the ego, but they don't have the like the accomplishments or
And also
like things that kind
they're too
of
normal.
attributed.
They're too normal.
Yeah, or like the accomplishments or the things to back them up to like they don't have anything to back up their talk.
Yeah, because like the thing I have noticed is that like if you want to be like a beloved creative, you have to be kind of weird.
The auteur.
Like if you
The
think about
auteur
like
creative?
if you think about like the ones that work, like like Suda, Swery, Kojima, Yoko Taro, like they are weird.
I mean, okay, weird is too much of a general because like if we're thinking like oh they got to be an eccentric personality, you don't necessarily have to because you can have people like Masahiro Sakurai who's extremely his quirky weirdness is the extreme technicality of a game,
Yeah.
right? The the inspection of a game and what makes these satisfying feelings when you're looking at like the design choices and like
Yeah, his weirdness
You
is that
know-
his brain is a computer.
yeah, right. So like weirdness is too blanket. I feel like with a lot of people it like who think they should be like that, who have this weird need for that identity is they think it has to be the charismatic not necessarily know it all, but the personality. Right?
Yeah.
And I don't think you can I don't think you do that. Like what are you doing? Like saying
Yeah.
Rockstar suppresses you, you're nothing to Rockstar. I know that sounds harsh. There are a lot of people who are probably talented in this like in the studio who worked hard, but you can't go out of your way to go like there's an industry leader who's threatened by us. It's like if that was the case, why didn't Rockstar suppress Watch Dogs? Why didn't Rockstar suppress Saints Row? Why didn't Rockstar suppress almost any of the other sandboxes that came out that
And
still
and
did
it's
well?
It's like, do you think they care? Do you like
Don't
like
care.
like every time they put out a GTA 6 trailer, it became the most watched video in like the history of YouTube within like a day.
Because GTA is just free money.
Yeah.
Like market suppression can happen.
Yeah.
But it's like in the game industry, like I'm not sure the amount of times it happens, but if it did, it's being done poorly because there are big players who still come out losing terribly.
Yeah.
So like this narrative that you're creating where it's like we're being suppressed, it's like no, just take your L and admit that the thing isn't good.
And again, that contradicts the idea of like we want to relaunch the game, right? Because okay, like even if they manage to like get enough money to not fire anyone,
But like
how
what's
are
the
you?
rewind?
Yeah,
Yeah.
even if they manage to like get enough money to like not fire anyone and they have the entire staff and they can actually like start working on like fixing the game, what are you going to fix if you think your game is good and it's the fault of saboteurs?
Yeah.
Right? Like
So
if you cannot even see how your game is bad, how are you going to fix it to relaunch it?
also just like relaunching, I don't think I don't think a flat relaunch has usually solved anything because the first impressions have already been made. The market like the damage through advertising's already been done.
Yeah.
You have to just essentially keep updating to become something good and then advertise accordingly or like give the consumer some sort of incentive to buy the game now, like some sort of free item or whatever, or like a discount. And along with the updates, like update it, be like it's discounted on store, take the initial loss, and then when you get like any sort of build of reputation, then you can go back and like go like, okay, well the discounted price is off now, and then people might actually be interested in paying the full price of the fucking game. But if the
Yeah.
game came out and it sucks and you relaunch it at same flat price, damage is already done advertisement wise. So
Yeah.
you know, people aren't going to people don't care.
And also like yeah,
Not
like
unless
how are
some
you
sort
going?
of streamer or something shows like the updated version of the game is like, oh, it's actually worth it now. And it's like,
That was one
and
of the
somehow that
funny
catches on. But you can't hinge your entire bets off that or hedge.
that
Yeah.
was one of the funniest things about like the entire mind side like clusterfuck is that like there are clips of like sponsor streamers like laughing when they were trying to like send people to the link and stuff like that because like, they couldn't, like
Yeah.
yeah and like I think it was Cole Carnage. I think it was him. I
Mhm.
don't remember exactly who it was. I think it was Cole. Um, but he was going to do like a sponsor stream for Mindside, and then he got an email, and then like just he was about to start the stream, he got an email being like, actually no, we're not going to do a sponsor streams anymore.
Oh,
So
because
he
he hated the game that much.
no because like they just weren't going to do sponsor streams anymore. He was already live and
Oh,
he was about to start the game. And he got an email being like, "Yeah, we're not doing the sponsor stream anymore." And he was like, I'm going to play Dune then, I guess.
yeah. What were they hoping for? Oh, we don't have to pay money and he's gonna play it anyway. Like, no, fuck you.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
also
but
that's
like,
also just genuinely like that's genuinely just like the admission of just like,
I
oh
don't think
yeah,
it
we
got
aren't
paid.
confident. I think you need to do. I think for in order for the sponsor thing to happen, I think maybe
There is
you
I think
have.
like most sponsor
Yeah, you
streams
get a
have a
down
contract.
point. Yeah,
I think for most sponsor streams you have like a contractual like amount of hours you have to play.
yeah, and also other contractual obligations about certain things like you can't play past a certain point, you can't do this, you can't do that, etc.
Yeah,
Keep this, etc. out. Don't do this, and then yeah. That being said, I don't know if you get an initial down payment.
maybe. I hope he did. Not his fault.
So,
Uh,
is the contract entirely one directional?
you get money.
I mean, we haven't been sponsored, so I wouldn't know. I only heard
Yeah,
from like other content creators.
yeah.
So like,
I'm going from what I heard. I have 200 followers. I don't know.
yeah. Oh, he didn't. That's pretty funny.
um. Okay, so but like I did a little bit more digging and this whole mindset thing, like it goes so much deeper. Like there is an entire story. Okay, so mindset. Why is the big selling point a level editor? Right?
You can't build levels on your own.
Why does the game feel so like put together, like from like tape and like speed and so generic and so like nothing? And why did it come out of nowhere? Uh, that is because Man's Eye was not supposed to be the flagship product. You see, a couple of years before Man's Eye was announced, the same studio, Build a Rocket Boy, announced a game called Everything,
Okay,
which is like the worst name for a game.
it is.
And also, there's already a game called Everything.
I don't know why this kind of is funny because like I saw there's a phone company called Nothing,
Yeah.
and they've usually been on point. But I think their latest thing called the Nothing Phone 3 was so bad that like it's being universally panned.
The
And
thing
it's
is
just
like,
like people
oh,
people just commenting on the video trailer is like, I waited 3 years for nothing and I'm still disappointed.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so like,
Hold on a second.
okay. E, my fucking throat. Okay, yeah, yeah. I was just confirming there is already a game called Everything. So it's not even like it's a bad name, but it isn't even like an original game name. I mean, which is embarrassing. Well, Nick, while Nick comes back, I'm going to like go like get some toilet paper for my nose. If he asks where I am, tell him I'm pissing or something. I don't know.
Sorry about that, I'm back. My dog wasn't he wasn't happy. He was just like near the air conditioner because it's hot. So I decided to bring him to my room and put the fan on. The other fan. Go ahead. And Candy? Oh, did she leave? She's taking a fat. Oh. Ugh. Gotta like
Hello.
gotta clean my ears. Oh, what's up?
Okay, so first of all, Everything is a terrible name,
It is.
and second of all, there is already a game called Everything. Like
There
it's not,
is?
yeah, it is not even like an original name. And the thing about is like the original Everything, the first game called Everything, people actually like that one.
What the fuck? Who, who was the who was it made by?
David O'Reilly. He's a guy who makes like experimental games. He's like an indie developer who makes like experimental games, and everything
Oh,
is kind of that, right? Like the idea is that he made like a world where like you can take control of like literally everything, like the fence, the grass,
Gesundheit! Yeah.
stuff like that. And it's just like a short experimental, like just like fun, like playbook kind of game, which is fair because it's fair because it is like $5, I think.
Oh, yeah, for an indie, yeah, fine.
It is like $5, and it was made by one dude. So people
Yeah,
liked it. People liked it. It sold
yeah.
well. It sold well. It has good reviews. So not only is Everything a bad name, there is already a better game called Everything, made by one dude.
How does that happen though? When I think about it, like, how do you not infringe on some sort of copyright?
I think in that case it's like the word is too generic to like be copyrighted.
That's very interesting.
Because I
Because, like,
think
I mean, to be fair, like,
I,
didn't Bethesda like patent like Prey?
I think, but like I don't
They
know if
did,
Prey.
and then
Yeah, I don't know if
and then
Prey maybe is like a little bit weird because I remember like a few years ago, EA tried to like trademark the word ghost,
that's funny.
and they were told
That's funny.
EA tried to like trademark the word ghost, and they were like, No, you fucking can't."
Yeah, that would never fly. Because like
Yeah, that
Bethesda,
probably too small to contest you. That too.
yeah, like because like Bethesda did that with like Prey for Arcane's rendition of Prey.
Yeah,
And then that spiritual successor of Shadow of the Colossus called Pray to the Gods had to change their name from Pray to the Gods to Pray to the Gods with Praey, which made
yeah.
it look just infinitely more stupid.
They should
Oh
have
yeah,
reneged.
Fine Bros did try to patent React.
Yeah, but like the thing is, like I think in their case it worked, but like everyone hated it so much they had to like give up.
Oh, they got really upset. I remember like one of them, like they made a video where they were like really upset that they were called out on it, and like both of them looked like reptile people. It was like weird.
God, I opened your DMs again. Jesus Christ, that woman is so fucking hot.
Oh my fuck! Well, you're the one thirsting for her. You're the one who sent it. You got flashbanged by yourself
You have to, but
for
like look
horny.
at her. She's so fucking hot.
Yeah, but I can control myself for this. I'm fine. It's
Yeah, I
nice.
guess.
But what am I what am I gonna do? Like,
Be horny.
I guess, but like, there's nothing. What do I do after that? I just like, yeah, okay, relieve yourself and then move on, bro.
No, but okay, so like they announced this game called Everything, and the idea for Everything, and I'm not making this up. This is like the actual wording they use on their pitch. This is not me paraphrasing. This is like the actual thing they were using on their pitch. The idea for was that, like it was going to be like Roblox for adults.
There,
And it's like, you know that there is already Roblox for adults, and it's called Roblox. There are adults playing Roblox.
there are adults playing Minecraft. There are adults playing other simulators where you build. What is the purpose?
Yeah, like Roblox for adults is called Roblox
I don't know
with
entirely
your
about
friends.
that, but like, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like,
It's like I can guarantee you that like there was this one game that was very popular in Roblox a couple of months ago. That was like a fashion show, and I can guarantee you most people playing that game were adults.
I'm trying to think of like any situation where someone has come up with the idea like let's make X but for Y, and it's worked out.
It can work if the Y is you.
Yeah, okay, no, but I mean for general audience, like a company pitching like making a game, right? The immediate thing that I can think of is on the indie spectrum of like dating sims, right?
Yeah,
Because there are a lot of representation in like ethnicities, religion, sexual identities, gender identities, etc. And it's like, yeah, that's easy. But then you move further on, right?
yeah,
And then you kind of go like, but why wouldn't the person just play the thing you're trying to be?
yeah,
It's like, well, they're not in the core demographics. Like, yeah, but if the thing is so good, how can you assume that
yeah.
they're not playing it?
And the thing about Everything is that like yeah, it was supposed to be like a Roblox kind of deal with like a level editor and like you know like the whole like idea of like people making like their own like little games with it, stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was supposed to be like the plan for Everything, but it didn't fucking work because turns out
Yeah,
like doing
no,
that kind of stuff at the kind of like quality they wanted is like takes a lot of money,
I'd imagine.
and they didn't. So like what happens is that like at some point during the trailer, I'm actually going to like looking for it. Let me see if I can find it. Eh, like this is hard to find because how do you Google everything trailer,
That is pretty funny.
right? How do you Google everything trailer? Oh wait, it wasn't called everything. It was called everywhere. And that's the fucking problem. It's such a fucking generic name that like you confuse those words every time, all the time.
Yeah.
It is not everything, it's everywhere. So I guess there is no trademark issues there. Yeah, but the idea is like, and it looks like the most generic fucking game you have ever seen. Like it looks even faker. Like you know how I was telling like, man's eye looks fake. Everywhere looks faker than that. Like it looks like it genuinely looks like a joke, like an April Fool joke that went too far.
I don't know when people were telling me that Alters was using AI in its code, my brain immediately went like I thought like Mind's Eye would have been the culprit for that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah. And let me move myself a little bit to the left.
Are you sniffing me?
Okay, I found it. Um, yeah, he smells nice.
Thank you. I do like try. I try a lot of fruit-based scents, flower-based scents.
What if we could
Sometimes Old
build a
Spice,
world?
you know.
What
I
would
like
we
taking
do if
baths.
we
I like
could
showering.
start again?
I mean, like, just look at the subtitles on the fucking. Oh wait, I didn't like show it. My bad.
After this podcast, I got to shower.
Like, just look at the subtitles in the fucking trailer, right?
All right, you had to
What
play
if
it.
we could build a world? What would we do if we could start again?
Oh my god, no.
What would we
Pre-alpha
create?
foot. I hate
This is
this.
everywhere. A world where we can transform it, improve it, make it our own.
So yeah, like the whole pitch
We
for this
are
was it's going to be
all
like Roblox for
architects of
adults.
this new world.
And look at the
where
fucking
our-
like Fortnite man from Timu.
You know what? They have a talent for this because this also looks like a video game I'd see on a TV show about a fake video game.
Maybe that is what they should do. They should like make like pre-rendered stuff for like Law and Order. Maybe that is the
Yeah,
business model.
Maybe that's how they'd make money. Just a CG front.
But like, look at this guy. This is like John Fortnite from Timu. Like literally, it's just like
Yeah.
John Fortnite from Timu.
where
He looks like he
our
finally
is
has a
our
weekend
own
away from the
limit,
kids.
and where
Yeah.
our creations
Yeah,
can
but like,
come to
yeah,
life.
as like again, like this is like. the
Oh,
most
hold up,
fake
hold up.
looking-
Dude, why does that guy that just looks like Twink Walker?
Come with me
Yeah.
and build what's never been built. Our reality.
And they say like build what has never been built, and it's just
what's
like
never been built.
people with guns.
Our reality.
It's like I don't know. I have never seen a game where like people shoot people. That's crazy.
I don't know what the mission statement for this really is. Like, I get that you're trying to say Roblox for adults, but like, do you even?
This doesn't even look like for adults. It's like Fortnite.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like that is the idea. Is like it's like the most fucking unappealing game I have ever seen, right? The most fake looking unappealing game I have ever seen. And
I wish I wasn't. Yeah.
and at one point during this little trailer, you can see like another game inside of the game, which is like, oh, would you look at that? That is the one thing you were talking about, the black car on the street. That is the one thing you remembered.
Oh my god, that's the one thing I bothered remembering.
That is the one thing you remembered. And like
I don't know why that's the thing I remembered.
it turns out Mind's Eye was just supposed to be like the demo game inside of this game, right? To like show what you could do with like their like building tools and whatever. But then they ran out of money to make this game because it's a stupid idea that would cost too much to make. So they had to like just like actually like build Mind's Eye into like a real game, and then and sell that instead. So the reason Mind's Eye feels like it was made like cookie cutter on a level editor is because it literally was.
That is. My god, I'm so fascinated with this. I really want to see more come out from this guy's mouth.
Yeah,
Like the
this
lead
is like,
guy. I need more because I need more to operate with on what he is.
and also look at the fucking logo of this game. It's like, it's just like lines. Let me see if I can like find it. Yeah, look at it. It's just like lines.
World. Let's build it.
That's not a logo.
Oh yeah,
that's
that's
not a
what it
logo.
is.
That's lines.
It's not interesting. Oh, they made the okay. Here's the thing: when you make the E like a 3, that immediately makes people think this is a sequel too.
Yeah, every 3.
Everywhere 3.
And that is just like, I don't know, like that is almost lost. Like you can like, I feel like you can rearrange this. You know, like those Professor Layton puzzles where it's like, can't you move one match to fix the equation? It's like, can you move one line to make loss?
This is. I need like to okay for all the people who are losing their jobs. I hope they find better work somewhere else.
Yeah.
And
like that is like always the saddest part of this kind of stuff. Like,
yeah, the creative lead. I need to hear more from them. I need to hear more from this mind that is so convinced that the entire industry is somehow against him, rather than admitting that he has made something subpar.
he made something subpar from a fundamentally stupid idea.
Yeah.
So it's just like,
I still don't know. Okay, wait. I'm gonna. You know what? Mind's Eye. I want to know. I'm gonna look at Mind's Eye gameplay section on Wikipedia and see what differentiates it.
Nothing. You know what? I know what? Like you don't even have like the ability to like roll from cover to cover. It's just like
Mind's Eye is a linear third-person action adventure game that has a pseudo-open world similar to Mafia Definitive Edition. Red Rock City serves as the game's main playable area as part of the game's creation system everywhere. Okay. Players are able to add user-generated content to Mind's Eye World and create content using Everywhere's tools, with Associate Game Director Adam Whiting comparing the game to custom Minecraft servers. Assets from Mind's Eye can also be used in other aspects of Everywhere. So this thing was having some sort of back and forth sibling engine shenanigans with its other game,
yeah.
which in theory kind of sounds interesting.
Oh, and you know
But it's
what?
like,
Speaking of that, you know what's funny?
in order for that to work, one of your games has to have an already established fan base.
Yeah, or be good at least.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny?
Right.
On the logo for Mind's Eye, the E is also a 3.
Hmm?
In the logo for Mind's Eye, the E is also a 3.
I hate them.
Yeah.
I hate them so much.
And another thing that's funny is that when you Google Mind's Eye, Google thinks it's a phone game. That's how bad
That's
it
funny.
is.
This is just...
But yeah, like like you know how like it's also like it tries to be like a GTA style open world game where you can literally not do anything. You wanna know how fucking bad this is? You cannot even steal people's cars. You know the thing that every open world game has where you can like take people's cars?
What do you do? How do you get a car then? Do you just buy them and it's registered for you?
No, every mission has a car that is assigned to you, and if that car is destroyed, you lose the mission.
Oh, that's so stupid.
Yeah, because the game is actually level based, and the open world there is actually there is not even like generic, like you know, like the feathers of Assassin's Creed 2. They don't even have that.
Yeah.
They don't even have that stuff like that. Like there is literally nothing in the open world, not even like generic, like repeated collectibles. So the open world is like actually just like a very like long level selecting menu. So what happens is that you finish a mission and you get a new mission and you have to drive all the way to the new mission and do that mission, and then you have to drive all the way to the next mission and do that mission, and that is all the game.
This I'm looking at the plot, and for some reason the plot in this Wikipedia thing is the longest part of the page.
Yeah, because
Which
this
is
game is
wild.
like this game is by volume like 60% to skip all the cutscenes.
And it says in the post-credit scene there's a teaser for a sequel. And
Yeah, he's not going to
I
be
don't
in
think
Mind's Eye
that's-
2.
I don't think there's gonna be a sequel.
I don't think there's going to be a sequel.
I don't particularly feel confident.
Yeah, this doesn't inspire joy, Chief. What not like you know what's really funny about like because like this game was published by IO Interactive, you know the Hitman people,
Yeah.
which is kind of crazy in its own, but like it's funny because back when the co-CEO was like, this is like a paid campaign by third parties to make the game look bad, right? The CEO of IO Interactive was like, no, actually no, there is no evidence of that. He's talking bullshit.
That's pretty funny.
So even some publisher was like, no.
No, don't even try playing that, bro.
Yeah. And also like even the people who like are usually like super like industry chills, like you know, like Digital Foundry, like they always try to like not anger the sponsors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Even then we're like, oh yeah, this is bad. Do not buy this. because it is like it is like because so far they have only been like a few games. This has been like a mostly 60 FPS generation, right? Most games have at least one mode that lets you play 60 FPS, right?
Yeah.
On the consoles.
Yeah, because most of them can actually do it now.
Yeah, and this is one of the few Mind's Eye is one of the few games that has like a that has no set that has only a 30 FPS mode.
That's embarrassing. You don't have a performance mode?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
only 30 FPS. And like the thing is, like
Okay.
other games that are only 30 FPS is like, you know, like as much as I dislike that game, visually, Hellblade 2, like it justifies running at 30 FPS. Right? If you look
Okay.
at that game, you understand why it runs at 30 FPS.
Mm-hmm.
Like I hate the game. I think it's a terrible game, but like visually you understand, yeah, this game looks like it runs at 30 FPS.
I also just don't like Ninja Theory, so
Yeah. This game looks like it runs at 30 FPS, right? Like it has the trade-off, right? And apparently, like it is almost like confirmed. Another thing that is embarrassing is that GTA 6 is going to be like 30 FPS only on consoles too. But like if you compare how this game looks versus how the trailer for GTA 6 looks,
yeah, that is wild that GTA 6 of all things can't decide to do a performance mode.
I think in the case of GTA 5, GTA 6, I mean, it's going to be done mostly to like the CPU, not the GPU. Like the physics and simulation for a city of that size is going to like be a huge bottleneck.
Almost.
So they decided to just like lock it down, because if they try to do 60 FPS with that bottle, because the thing is like if your bottleneck is the CPU, like lowering the resolution is going to fix it. Like disabling graphics settings is not going to fix it. You have to you have to bring back the fucking like the scale of your game basically. If your bottleneck is the CPU, you need a better CPU or you need to make the game smaller. Those are the only two ways to fix the CPU bottleneck. But yeah, like if you compare like the visuals on this game to like the visuals and like the scale, the amount of NPCs, stuff like that on like the GTA 6 trailer is like, I kind of understand why GTA 6 is only running at 30 FPS. I don't understand why this game is only running at 30 FPS. Right? And the worst part it is not even like a locked 30 FPS. Like it is not even a locked 30 FPS. It has like this weird. I don't know what they're doing with the physics, but there is this like very weird bug where every time you crash your car, the game freezes. How do you even do that? How do you get to a point where like where you are glitching your game into like every time you like literally every time your car touches anything, the game freezes? Which I don't get. I don't understand how you even do. Like, how do you even do that? Like, did you break the physics? Like, what are you doing wrong? My nose. Oh, Nick is muted again. I think he's being. I think Nick has been taken by. Nick has to mute himself because he was being like baffled by the horrible truth of Mind's Eye. So he had to mute himself to cry. What if I take this? Actually, I wonder what it would look like. If I take this. And I do this. Don't say anything when he comes
Sorry
back.
for the interruption again. The house is going crazy because we have a lot of animals. So I forgot to mention this in my week. We got 2 rabbits.
Wait, you have more pets?
I have new pets, but they're for the backyard. They're apparently because my dad's a gardener.
Yeah. So they're pest control or something like that?
They're eating the leftovers and
Oh. Yeah.
they're eating like the leftover produce. Then they create like fertilizer, and then my dad uses it. And they're cool.
Yeah,
we
rabbits are
we
funny.
put them in the backyard. We put them in the backyard. I have to get like a proper like rabbit den for them.
Yeah.
Because my dad's too cheap with this shit, and I'm like, these things are living creatures, for fuck's sake. But balancing multiple animals in a household is irritating. So
I mean,
you
that's what
know,
that is: 2 dogs, 1 cat, and 2 rabbits. That is insane.
no, 2 dogs, 2 cats, 2 rabbits. We have a stray in the basement. She's
Oh,
old. So just shenanigans happen. So my cat likes slapping the youngest dog.
yeah.
She just perches up and she slaps him, and I
Cats
love
do
the
that.
youngest dog. And he's just kind of brain dead, and he looks at her and he's like, "Why is she doing that?" And he just lets her do that over and over again. So my mom's just like, "Okay, could you come and hold our cat so I can clip her nails so she doesn't scratch him when she slaps his face?" I'm like, "Fine."
Yeah.
So that's what I did. Like, yeah, this is why I never. Okay. Second point. This is why I never stream. I get way more interruptions
Yeah.
in my day.
That's too many
So I
animals.
too many animals. I have parents with no chill that'll call me out in the middle of the day for random jobs because they're both workaholics who are OCD. Well, my mom is mostly OCD. Like, I look at my mom and I'm like, I never had a chance to be normal as well. Just like, yeah, no. She gives herself like tasks
Yeah.
that no one has, like, it's like the meme of just like absolute silence and then her going like, I should completely reorganize the kitchen. It's 3 a.m., mom. But like, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, I was just holding the cat while she was getting her nails clipped. So sorry about that.
Yeah. So until
Yeah.
what part did you hear?
We talked about the 30 FPS thing. We talked about GTA operating at 30 FPS, and then I think that was around it cutting off for me because I had to.
Yeah, GTA 6 is going to be 30 FPS because the only way to fix a GPU bottleneck is to make the game smaller.
Oh, and that's not happening. Yeah, okay, fair.
But yeah, like the thing with Mansai is that it doesn't even like run at a stable 30 FPS.
That's deplorable. Come on.
Like you cannot even get there. Like it drops frames all the time. It is like constantly like dropping to like 25 and like staying there for like extended periods of time.
Cause like laughs at the like the laughs at the expense of like what is it, the 8th generation of consoles of like the PS4 and the Xbox?
Yeah.
Yeah, like laughs aside, they could at least handle stable 30. Like
Yeah.
they weren't hitting 60 like consistently. You
Yeah,
get the...
honestly, I think that is the best way to describe it. I think Mansai runs like a PS3 game. I think that is the best
Yeah.
way to describe it.
Yeah. It's just because like
it is a little bit worse because there
Yeah,
is like
it
this
is.
like it is like this little like fucking like weird bug where like for some reason if you're driving, every time you hit something and the physics do something, the game freezes for a second.
Yeah. That's bad. Like the 7th gen was the gen where it was you were kind of aware of performance and then you were like, oh boy. Like if you weren't growing up in those ecosystems and couldn't tell, you wouldn't care, right?
Yeah.
But like from an outside eye, you're just like, why are these all running like shit? At least with the PS4, it's like, okay, well, 30 FPS is kind of laughable considering its PC peers are doing 60 FPS on the general average, and then your console games that are hitting 60 FPS are going to be like fighting games and then like your character action games because they have to. But
Yeah.
it's like, everything else would at least be trying to hit the stable 30.
Yeah.
Or rather, at minimum for the 8th generation, it wouldn't struggle to hit the minimum 30.
Yeah.
So like 7th generation, it would. There'd be plenty of games that were kind of struggling at a 30 FPS rate, and you're just like, this is laughable. But like
this is bad.
to be doing this when we're in the 9th gen,
and your game looks like that,
and you can't like, how are you managing? Why am I on fire?
I just wanted to see how long it will take you to notice. I just wanted to see how long it will take you to notice that I moved the fire to you.
Yeah, that's valid.
There we go.
It's still overlaid on me. Because I don't look at the stream when we talk. I'm just talking to her. I have to tab in and tab out.
There we go. It is back where it belongs. The fire spirit has returned to its house. There it goes. Well, yeah, my side is like, my god. Like,
you know what the worst part is, though? Is like, it's such a nothing game to me that like I can't care about the train wreck. Like, it's funny to hear, but it's just like I feel like every time I'd hear the news, I'd be like, oh right, Mind's Eye's like Mind's Eye exists. Like that's what would happen. It's
Yeah.
not like the Stadia where it's just like, oh my god, there's just more and more of how this is going downhill. This is hilarious. It's like if you told me, it's like, Nick, Mind's Eye entire like Build a Rocket Boy Studios is being like left out on the street, and then they were simultaneously like the building was set on fire by the
And it's like,
creative
yeah.
lead. I'd be like, which one was Mind's Eye again?
But like that is I think like the fundamental problem with Mansa. It is that like it is like by design and not in game. So like the controversy is the only thing it has.
Yeah.
Once the mess is over, if they actually manage to fix it at some point, what you're left with is like the most 5 out of 10 game that has ever been made.
If you're trying to classify yourself as a rival to an industry titan, you can't go like, oh, and our thing is that we have user generated content. That means it's like in my brain that's me going like, you don't have any confidence to build anything on your own to be a competitor.
Yeah.
You're hoping for your user base to do the heavy lifting here.
No, see, Nick, like the thing is like the money is on being the platform, right? That's what the real money is at. You have to be the platform where other people sell stuff. Because of course the end game was to monetize the player created stuff.
Okay. All right. I see you, Mind's Eye. I see you.
Plot
why
twist.
wouldn't a person just play GTA Online?
So the plot twist, they were not
Again.
trying to they were not trying to be Roblox, they were trying to be Steam. If you could also make shitty games on Steam directly.
So whatever. Like, okay. Let's be clear. Making a game around user generated content isn't a failure of an idea. Not at all. I mean, look at Roblox, look at Minecraft, hell, look at Super Mario Maker, right?
Yeah.
But it's just like, if you're going off of like a base that's already established that's not necessarily about that, and you're trying to compare yourself to GTA of all things,
Yeah.
and then you're like, our difference is we can make user generated content when they have like a mode that technically already allows for a lot of stuff like that. You're not introducing anything new to like make people want to go to your fucking platform.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't like
Like, I'm parroting
It
shit I'm
just-
already saying, but that's just the point. I feel like I have to hammer it into the person's head. That
I
made
don't think
this.
he's going
It's like,
I don't think he's going to listen. I think he's kind of stupid.
yeah. It's just so bizarre. It's like it feels like kind of obvious.
Yeah. And that is the thing, it just feels like the more time goes on, the more it feels like nobody like making decisions of the game industry like even know what a games is.
Would you Okay. Would it be equally as bad if the defining feature aside from user generated content, like let's say they didn't do the user generated content, do you think this thing would have had more of a chance if it did roguelike? If that was the sell. GTA but
No.
roguelike. Yeah, exactly, right? I don't think anything could have done any of those gimmicks could have been applied like accordingly. I
Yeah.
just think like just
How
I
do
just
we
feel
even
like-
make GTA a roguelike?
exactly. Right? It's just what like I'm just like thinking is like I feel like this was just sort of like a slap on of like, oh, here's stuff that people like and let's just add this to this.
This game was literally a demo for another game that got ascended to like a retail game. It never had a
Yeah.
chance.
It never did.
Which is like
I don't-
that is the most embarrassing route to like being a game that is released that I have ever seen.
I can think of so many games before this in the sandbox genre that I would just like play before this
Yeah.
and just not play this. I would play like Sleeping Dogs again before
Yeah.
I played this.
Yeah, because that's another thing. At least because you know another thing that Mindside doesn't have?
An identity,
Melee combat.
personality. Yeah.
You cannot punch people. like at
Oh
all.
my god. Is it whatever. I can't lie to myself like I'd say like I would have played it even if it was like good, but like the thing is like, yeah, this was just doomed to fail.
Yeah, and like even the fundamentals are kind of like because okay, so you have like this is kind of a shooter. This is the kind of shooter where you cannot pick up any weapons, right?
Yeah.
Which is by itself not a bad idea. Like, not every shooter lets you pick up enemy weapons. Like, it depends on, like... So you have, like, your predefined arsenal, and that is what you have. The problem is that the game also doesn't give you, like, any ammo. On most of those games, you cannot pick up the enemy weapons, but if you, like, walk over an enemy weapon, you still pick up the ammo. Right? Like, so you cannot take the weapons, but you take the ammo. And that keeps
Yeah.
your own weapons, like, in rotation.
Yeah.
This game doesn't do that. Like, the ammo drops are, like, a dedicated drop, and that is very rare. Like, most enemies never drop any ammo. So what happens
What are they
is that, like...
smoking? What?
So what happens is that, like, all of your cool weapons, like, run out of ammo immediately, and you have to complete most of the missions with, like, the shitty pistol with infinite ammo.
So what are these design choices?
I know.
That's not being intuitive or creative. You're just creating problems that people have solved.
Yeah.
No, not even solved. Like, it wasn't even a problem. You're just creating problems.
Yeah, this feels like someone looked at a wheel and went, I really feel like this would be better if it was square. Like, this should be square. That's what it feels like.
What the fuck is it?
This feels like someone hitting their head against a wall trying to make a square wheel that works. Yeah, but like the thing about the Halo pistol is that the Halo pistol is not a pistol, it is a sniper rifle.
Yeah,
That
it
looks
is.
like a
That
pistol.
that zoom in is so dirty on that pistol. You can literally, like, if you go to Combat Evolved, you don't have to pick up any of the other guns.
Yeah. On the other hand, the mine side pistol is like the starter Call of Duty pistol. It goes like pew pew and doesn't kill anything.
Mm-hmm.
So like even for your normal enemies, once you run out of ammo for your actual good weapons, quote unquote, good in comparison, I guess. You just have to like shoot every enemy 10 times with a TD pistol that sounds like.
Yeah. It's just...
And like there are ways to like make the limited thing work, the like limited weapon thing work. Like one of my favorite examples is like Max Payne 3, the way it handles that. Because you can keep two short weapons, be it like pistols or like small, very very small submachine guns and stuff like that. You can keep two short weapons on you at any point, at any time, right? And when you change them, when you change to another weapon, Max holsters them. So you can go back to them. You can also in addition to that have one long weapon, so a rifle, a shotgun, something like that. And the same thing happens when you like switch to another weapon. Max puts them on the sling on his back, right? But that is all the weapons you can keep on you. Any other weapon you pick, when you switch out of it, Max drops it. The difference is that you can pick up enemy weapons. So yeah, you're constantly like moving weapons around, but when you combine the fact that you can pick up any weapon around with the movement and the stuff of Max Payne, it feels like a constant scramble for survival that is actually very engaging.
Yeah, but I'm just so fascinated why you would... It's a unique decision that's just incorrect. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't...
like
it's
it's unique, but it's also
like
wrong.
you'll definitely like, I'll definitely remember you for that, but it's like not in the way you want. Why would you... what?
Like that's not good.
It's not. I'm fascinated.
And honestly, I think like the weapon system of like, because like I think like going back to like another sandbox that is like kind of bad, but like good in compared to this game, Watch Dogs is a masterpiece.
Can we go back to when games were made by people that play games? I wish.
Yeah, compared to this game, the first Watch Dogs is a masterpiece. But one of the things that people complain the most about that game, and that I agree, because I did play that game a little bit and I got bored and I didn't finish it.
Which one? Watch Dogs?
Yeah, the first one.
Yeah, Watch Dogs 1 is pretty stale.
One of the things people complain the most is that like the main thing about the game, the hacking, is kind of useless because you can just like carry every gun in the game on you at all times.
Yeah. Plus, like, the hacking
So like, why hack
isn't-
anything when you can just like
Yeah.
because that is the thing that you don't have an inventory limit in Watch Dogs. If you own a weapon, it is on your inventory at all times.
The hacking isn't even really that interesting either, and you don't
Yeah.
have enough like variance of things to hack to make it
Yeah. So
fun.
I feel like to make Watch Dogs more fun, the way I will do it, or like more unique and more engaging, the way I will do it is like, first thing I will make the protagonist way more agile, like faster, like being able to like climb more, to like crouch faster, to like slide, stuff like that, right? Make him like move really fast. I would also like expand the abilities of like the hacking and the stealth. I would also like flesh out those mechanics specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because like the point of the hacker, if you think about the hacker, is and you compare it with like fantasy archetypes, the hacker is the rogue, is a rogue. So like making him more mobile and more like stealthy and like have more tools at his disposal is like the way to like make that fantasy work, right?
Yeah.
And then I would implement a weapon limit on the style of Max Payne 3, where like at any point you can where like you have to like physically carry your weapons on your person, because that is the reason Max Payne 3 limits the weapons the way it does, is that
Candy.
Yeah.
This is just Deus Ex Human Revolution.
I guess. No, but even then, even then, I did just find that like a sniper rifle that broke the game at some point.
Yeah, I mean, but still, like, you know, the carrying the limited inventory space to which you actually have to make like informed decisions about how you actually manage your inventory.
Yeah.
I will say, like, Jensen isn't exactly the fastest motherfucker out there.
Yeah.
So
But
that's
like,
one thing
like,
that separates
like
it.
the way I would like the way I will implement the weapons on Watch Dogs is that like at any point you can have 2 short weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which are, because like they are the weapons you can like hide on your coat. So they are the weapons you can like carry with you at any point. Any other weapon you have to procure in the mission and drop it when you leave the area.
Valid. That could work. I mean, Watch Dogs 2, from what I remember, was fine because it had like, if I remember right, it had a pretty decent skill tree on what you could do, because you could have drones, you had like a remote controlled RC that could taser people. You just had a lot of variants, and like the levels had more things to hack and work with.
Yeah.
And that was enough on its own. Right? It's just like you led a little more into that gimmick. And it's kind of what you need if you're going to be like an open world sandbox game.
And that's like like finding your gimmick and leaning it, and that is like, for example, why Just Cause works is they really they are really leaning into their gimmick.
They
make everything destructible. They make you like super strong because like, and they like make everything like, they make you able to like use the grappling hook on like any surface, and they make it faster.
You know what? Even though like I say like
on
like
Just Cause 3, on Just Cause 3, they give you more explosives, and they give you like a fucking like wingsuit to like make the grappling hook even like more dynamic.
You get a lot of air. You get a lot of air options. You get a lot of like wackiness with the grappling hook on how to zoom in. You get a lot of like fun things like tethering a person to a car and watching.
Yeah, and you get like
and
you get like an upgrade that allows you to like have like multiple tethers.
Yeah, and so like
and you have like basically like infinite. I mean, not infinite, but like you have 5, but once you use the 5, they refill like by themselves. You don't have to buy more, like mines. So you can just like keep blowing stuff up.
I'll say one thing is like, I guess looking back on it, the like what if X for Y is, I can see like, what if we made like a GTA for the true crime audience or vice versa, and that was just Sleeping Dogs.
Yeah,
I feel like that was pretty much it, right? But it still injected its own style of being in Hong Kong and adding a martial arts element to it.
Yeah.
And just other things there too, like,
and like the combat is
and
like I think like that is another thing about like Sleeping Dogs.
Oh, with brutal finishers too, yeah.
Like, and that is another thing that makes Sleeping Dogs unique when compared to GTA, is that like your main form of combat is going to be the melee system. Like the weapons are like
satisfying.
Like the weapons are like way less emphasized, way less useful, and the melee system is good enough to justify that.
And I will say, like, bear in mind, like I say, it's very satisfying. It's not anything groundbreaking. It's the counter-based system that we've seen in like Assassin's Creed and Arkham.
Yeah, but they made it like fun. They made it fun, right?
And yeah, and it's like other things just to add on to it is like, hey, here's environmental kills that are like absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
What if you wanted Yakuza heat moves, but you know the guy is dead?
Yeah. What if Yakuza Hitmo's but Kiryu stops lying to himself?
Like Wei Sheng will hang people on fish hooks, put them in furnaces, put their head in like industrial fans, ice chippers.
He will. He like it's like I swear to God, at some point I literally just like starting throwing people into a meat grinder.
Yeah, he like Wei Sheng is like like he's just
He's
a
serial
psychopath.
killer,
He really is.
but he's cool, so it's fine.
He's cool. He's pretty cool. Shame that everyone he loves is dead.
Yeah.
But, you know, it comes with the territory.
Hey, figure, stop shooting at me, please.
I'm trying to think of a single person who's alive in his campaign that's a friend of his.
The girlfriends?
None of them stay. Remember, one's quest line is if you date any of the others, she cheats on you, which is like valid because you cheat on her, and then you break up. And
Was
then Emma Stone, I think.
Boy by like Emma Stone.
Yeah, Emma Stone's character gets no follow up. She's just visiting the country, and I think the tomboy hacker girl is into you dating other girls. But you have
Huh?
no follow up with her. Yeah, like she's the only one who's kind of cool with it, if I remember right.
It's an interesting game.
Yeah,
No, but it's really
it's a
fun.
shame that it's a shame that we'll never get a Sleeping Dogs 2.
Yeah,
But oh
and
well.
it's also really funny that like half of the cast of the game is like voiced by the same guy.
Is it?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember.
half of the cast of the game is like voiced by the same guy who voices Saijima on the Yakuza dubs.
Oh, that's so funny. That is actually really funny.
Hi hi.
So yeah, that's Mind's Eye. I wish I kind of cared.
Yeah. I wonder
It's
if
gonna be funnier to watch
I
it.
wonder if like the developers were thinking like, where they're all like Chinese, right? They're not going to notice the difference in the voice, right? Which is like, I mean, you have to wonder. It was 2011.
I mean, like, who voiced Winston? I can't remember who voiced Winston.
Winston
Or Jackie.
on Sleeping Dogs.
Yeah.
Jackie is voiced by Edison Chen.
I don't know who that is.
Me neither. And Winston
Okay.
is voiced by.
You know what?
Winston is voiced by Parry Chen.
Hmm.
Well, let me see if I can like find. Parry Chen doesn't have a lot of like the guy who voices Winston doesn't have a lot of roles. The one you probably recognize is Takeda from MKX.
Oh wow. I'm just gonna say it like
And the guy who voices Jackie literally has no other credits.
I'm trying to think who gets it rough. Does Jackie get it worse than Winston?
Everyone gets it. I don't even remember like the specifics. I just know everyone fucking dies.
Oh, okay. So Winston. Okay. Spoilers for Sleeping Dogs. If people want to play Sleeping Dogs, I'm gonna spoil some shit. So don't. So unmute it when I don't know, Candy types it in chat or whatever.
When I make an Ahegawa face, you can mute.
Oh god. So yeah. Winston has his wedding day, and then the enemy gang comes in and shoots and kills everyone, including his wife, and his last moments are him holding his dead wife and telling you to get back at the people who killed them, and then he dies in front of you as he's holding his dead wife. Jackie tries to leave the gang because he is traumatized and terrified for his life, and then an assassin or hitman kind of guy kidnaps him. You go to like a place, I think it's like a freezer, and then Jackie is like hung and he is vivisected in the middle as his lifeless eyes are staring you down, and you are terrified because this poor boy wanted to leave that lifestyle and actually like ask out his sweetheart.
I would say that like overall, I think like Winston is like worse But it's like comparing a 9 out of 10 versus a 10 out of 10 on the scale of horrible.
I feel like Jackie kind of gets it worse because Winston never quits the life. So there is to be an expectance of this horribly going wrong.
Yeah, I guess.
But that being said, still having to, like, in your final moments, hold your dead wife is pretty rough.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And Wei Sheng has to kind of be the sole survivor in both scenarios.
Yeah, like I do remember, like, that is something I did appreciate. I was Living Dog is that, like, they didn't put any punches when it comes to like killing main characters.
Yeah,
Like,
I
yeah,
think
he's like-
one of the coolest moments is when Winston's mom is just absolutely silent, even though she's like the joke of like the angry Asian immigrant mom,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And then when she's silent, she just asks for you to bring dog eyes to her,
Yeah.
and then you do. And she just like, I think the implication is she feeds him his former comrades and then kills him. Like, of course she kills him, but like,
Yeah. Like, you
brutally.
know, cannibalism. Hell yeah.
And I think the only other survivor is the one guy who's suspicious of you the entire time, but he gives you like cred, and then by the time it's revealed you're a cop, he doesn't care because you got the vengeance for him,
Yeah.
and you kind of just drive off. So,
It's a
Yeah.
good game.
it's a really good game. It's a really good. Too bad the people who made it are dead,
Yeah.
like the studio,
Yeah.
because Square Enix couldn't be given a damn
Yeah.
to keep it alive.
It's also a very
I don't-
like now that I remember how they it's also like a very like scummy looking game. Like everything looks like it's dirty.
Yeah, it does, even in the definitive edition.
Yeah. It has like a layer of scum over everything. It's like okay.
We want to talk about like companies that like fall out of favor. Like Square Enix is one that oscillates all the time
Yeah.
in my head. Like I'll remember good things that they've done, and then I'll remember like decisions they made
Oh,
that
right,
makes me really
NFTs.
angry. Yeah, and you're just like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like you let go of like IO when there was no reason to.
Yeah.
Deus Ex as well. Killed Battlefront. NFTs. Like there's just so many questionable decisions.
Is there like fucking like Splatoon ripoff still like around? You remember that game?
Oh, the one with the bubbles.
Yeah.
The foam stars. Yeah, foam stars is a horrible name to be naming your game. Also, you can type in like spoilers are done or whatever. I don't know if anyone decided to mute, but
No wait, I'm going to do the heck out of face.
oh god damn
Which
it.
was the button? I think it's like this one. And this one. There you go. A heck out of face.
The fact that you have that. The fact that you have that. Oh my god.
The funny thing is that like this model didn't come with that toggle like like built in. I figured it out. Like modifying the expressions around and like combining a few toggles.
The
I figured
goal
it out
now is to
myself.
make sure. The goal now is to make a Candy do the hair go first.
Okay, so the final season for Foam Stars came out in January. So
When was it released?
So the servers may still be around, but the game is like not getting any more content.
I mean, that thing was like made to die.
Yeah. It came out it lasted around a year. It came out in February 2024.
That's still not good.
Yeah. That is the average, that is the batting average for like Square Enix live service games.
Fair.
Like
Unless you're
if you look
FF14, you're kind of cooked.
if you look at the numbers, like most of them last around a year. Which is really fun. But like, you know what's crazy? Like Foam Stars was like published by Square Enix, right? But like it was developed by a company called Toy Logic.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at like the last game Toy Logic made for Square Enix, it was the fucking like Nier remake.
What?
Yeah, like before Foam Stars, this studio made the fucking like Nier Replicant remake.
What the fuck world do we live in?
And before that, they helped like they like made like some co-development on like the Evil Within,
That's weird.
and before
Evil
that,
Within 1 or 2?
one,
Okay.
and before that they made some like co-development for like Smash Brawl.
What is this resume?
And those are like all the games they made.
Such a weird spread.
Oh wait, they also made Kirikoro Surprising, I guess.
Again, I repeat, that's such a weird, such a weird track record.
Yeah. It's a really, really like. Do you think there's ever going to? I guess not.
What?
But I guess the studio like got like resurrected by another company. But I was going to ask if there was going to be ever going to be like an Evil Within 3.
If I remember right, Evil Within 2 got generally better reviews.
I mean, it's kind of good. Like it's honestly kind of good.
It's actually good. It's not anything, again, not anything groundbreaking. It's a fun game. I played it, and as a survival horror, I think the premise actually works because it's like, oh, going into people's minds to
Yeah.
materialize their nightmares is actually a very cool concept. It's just like Evil Within 2's been quite a while from now. Like,
Yeah.
if
Honestly,
they were gonna do something, they would have.
another problem with Evil Within 2 is I think they blow their load too early.
With 2?
Yeah, because like the first villain is like the best character in that game.
Oh, the pastor.
No, the guy with the photographs.
Oh yeah, him. I completely forgot about Knife Guy.
And
Yeah,
he's
he
like
is. He's the most interesting one, and he's kind of like a jobber.
yeah, because he's basically like the tutorial section of the game.
Yeah. Because he brings I think he brings the photographs of your past nemesis too,
Yeah.
and then
he
you have
ha-
to deal with them.
And he has like this cool
Uh,
monster that is like a giant like camera face with like teeth.
Yeah, he's also like right after the section of the giant homunculus lady with the many heads, and
Yeah, and also
she
just like
chases you around the front square.
just like the idea of like using photographs to like freeze people in like their last moments is like
It's
a
really
very
cool
idea.
because you get to witness him like murder people horrifically with it. It is like
Yeah,
terrifying.
and then he uses photos to just like freeze them on like that very last moment of pain, which is like
Yeah, because they have to relive it in a constant state. Yeah, because you see one guy get like shot in the head over and over and over again in an infinite loop.
yeah, and that is like
I mean,
so,
to
like,
be yeah.
that is like so deliciously evil. Like like it is,
Sebastian's arc is also over by the end of 2, and I think they were like teasing that Kidman was going to be the new protagonist.
it's kind of hot.
I mean, she is, but like, yeah, I forget what happened to like Sebastian's partner Joseph. Actually,
I
can't
think he
remember
died.
for the life of me. No, he didn't, because like in the end of 2, he's actually in one of the machines where he isn't dead, and I think he has a DLC.
No, Joseph. Oh, what the fuck happened to him? The Evil Within 2, Fate. Okay, so like he just like mentioned once in the Evil Within 2, and that's it.
Mhm. And Evil Within, Kidman confirms that to Sebastian during the final slide moment that Joseph is indeed alive.
But I don't see anything else.
Okay, I mean that's fine.
I mean, honestly, good for like if he can just like retire and go to like Hawaii, good for him.
Yeah. I mean, like after 1, what was the main villain? Ruben.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
After
dumbest fucking
those
name.
events, and then Rubik like fucking possesses the weird albino twink, and then he walks off into the distance, and
he
then
goes.
Sebastian doesn't stop him. He's just like, okay, goodbye, my albino friend. Meanwhile, the albino is like, I'm evil inside.
Hey, I am the devil now. I will do bad stuff.
I am Rubik. My sister is dead.
That is such a bad name for that for like It just sounds like the entire story. One of the developers is like hitting you on the ribs with like the elbow going like, hey, you get it? Like a Rubik's cube. You get it? You get it?
I don't know if his name's actually Ruvik. It's Ruvik. It's Ruvik. Still, I have made a cube.
It really does feel like the entire time you're playing the game, there's a developer hitting you in the ribs, going like, "You get it? You get it?
You get it? You get it?
You get it? You get it?" It's like a cube. He's like it rhymes like a cube, I guess.
Who the fuck was the pastor wasn't the final antagonist of Evil Within 2? Was it
No.
really your wife?
Yeah, it was your wife.
But then she kind of just goes like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, you're right. And then
You get custody.
and then a little girl sings "Ordinary World" over the credits.
You know, okay. Bear in mind, Sherry Birkin as a kid, pretty rough life, right?
Yeah, but she goes really hard.
Oh, God damn you. Sebastian's daughter might have it the absolute worst out of like a horror game child that I can think of. Like, she's used as like a fuel source for like an imaginary hell. Like, it's bad. That's like, and it's not even like a short period of time. She's been like this for years.
Yeah, like her mom forces her to like pretend to be dead in a fire, and then her demon mom uses her to like power the head of like weird like science machine, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, like Sebastian Castellanos. What's her name? What's her daughter's name? I can't remember. I don't even remember his wife's name. Is his wife's name Maria?
Biological, physical, career, relationships. Myra. The
Myra
wife is
was
Myra.
right. Okay.
And the daughter is Lily.
Okay. Yeah, now Lily might be the number one for a child in horror game who might have it the roughest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I feel like in 20 years, like there could be a sequel. Like in 20 years, like there's a serial killer and it turns out to be Myra. And it also turns I mean like Lily. And it also turns out like there is no supernatural like anything happening. She's just like fucked up.
Yeah, that could be valid. I mean, like after like the multiple years of being being a power source for imaginary hell. Yeah.
Yeah, and like it's like, yeah, there is nothing supernatural going on. She's just like kind of like broken in the head because we did that to her.
Yeah. What did you think was gonna happen?
Also, like, know I'm right. Sherry gets really fucking hot.
Oh my god, this again. Yeah, she does. I just don't like that she's paired with Wesker's kid.
Yeah.
I think it's stupid.
I do kind of like him by the end of that campaign. He's kind of like in
I like him by
way.
the end, but even that is just like he takes a while for him to grow on you, and also just like the idea of like, oh look, Wesker and Birkin's kid. Like
I also like that the very last thing he does on screen is put on sunglasses, proving that sunglasses are genetic.
Yeah.
It's like the hats. It's like throws his hat in his attorney. It's genetic.
I think there was like the theory that Alex Wesker is gonna be like a main antagonist in the main. Because the implications of I think Revelations 2 is she's inhabiting the kid that Barry takes home as an adopted daughter, along with his daughter Moira. But I can't remember.
I don't know. I never finished. I found the like two character things so annoying that I never finished Revelations 2.
Killa, there is a female Wesker. It's a sister. It's Alex. I don't remember her being that much of a baddie though. Mostly because she doesn't just dress up like Wesker. She's kind of like office lady vibes.
Yeah. Like, yeah, I never finished like Revelations 2 because I got very annoyed of like playing as Moira. Like her gameplay sucks.
Oh, the flashlight mechanic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, like you can just opt in as Claire, right? And then the AI would be Moira.
No, there are some points where the game forces you to like.
Oh,
control.
really? I'm trying to. I haven't. I can't
The-
remember it. It's been so long ago.
The only way is to like pick a friend to like sacrifice to the game and force them to play as Moira the entire game.
The eternal couple game where it's like the one partner who can't play video games, just give them the shitty character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel like it would have gotten worse because I know in one of the campaigns your companion is a fucking child.
Oh yeah, because Barry and her, yeah. And I can't remember what her mechanic is. Does she get detective vision?
I don't fucking know, I never got that far.
I can't remember if she gets detective vision.
Like, just let me shoot the zombies, man.
Yeah. I mean, they were going on that old, like they were going crazy on like the co-op after 5,
Yeah.
and then.
And I
kinda
really,
just-
I also really like the way Claire looks in that game. Like, I think it's a really cool design. So like, just
Oh,
like
yeah.
playing as her the entire time, I would have been fine with that.
Claire or Jill?
What? Like in
Claire or
general?
Jill? Yeah, Claire or Jill.
I think I like Jill a little bit more.
Hmm. That's interesting. You're into redheads.
Yeah, but I also like, I don't know, I feel like from at least from where I'm standing, I feel like Jill is like more of like a strong personality, and I like that.
For me, if it's RE1 Jill, yeah. Claire otherwise. Because I don't really like RE5 Jill that much. I think her as a blonde is like, yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I never played 5 either.
It's something. She was a baddie though.
I never played 5 because like when I was like around like the hype cycle for that game, it had games for Windows Live. So
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
going to I'm not going to touch
Kill's
that.
got it. Kill's got the pretty much the summation of 5.
Like I'm not going to touch a game with fucking games for Windows Live, so I never played it. And I think like they removed it like 3 years ago, and by that point I was like already like playing other stuff.
There was still a rumor though that didn't come true that like Code Veronica was gonna be the next remake in the lineup, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be a while before we get any kind of like actual confirmation because 9 has to hit first.
Yeah, but
So like,
that is always the thing, right? Like remake game.
yeah, but I'm getting tired of it
Yeah.
because at the same time, like, they're like, no offense to Capcom, you can't hold them to the same standards as like Sega with like Yakuza when RGG was doing that, and they were just like pumping out like 2 to 3 games every like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
But it's like, like Capcom has so many IPs, and Resident Evil is really taking a lot of the pie.
Yeah. At least they're making
So-
Onimusha again.
Yeah, because like,
And
I'd
it actually looks
rather-
kinda cool.
but it's like, yeah, it's just like, because what do we have? We have Code Veronica, we have 5, then we have 6, and then you could just go yearly a new game each time, and then rotate everything else. But it's
Yeah.
like, that's still gonna take a long time with the method you guys are doing. And like, this is also an awkward situation for people who want to just like catch up on the series now, because then they'll hit 5 eventually, and then they'll be like, I guess I could wait for the remake, and then they have to
Yeah.
go through it. Yeah, it's just like, it's also the problem I've had with Yakuza, where the remaster trilogy, I know for a fact, when I introduce people to Yakuza and when people are playing Yakuza, they always stop at 3 because they're
Yeah.
convinced 3 will get a remake, even though RGG has shown no interest in making remakes right away, and they've announced it, but like, they've announced intent to. They haven't announced the actual remake, so
Yeah.
it's very annoying.
They are announcing that they are considering the possibility of holding a meeting about it.
Yeah, so it's like, it doesn't matter. They also haven't like ported all the games over in terms of RGG. Like, they haven't remade Kenzin, which I get, and they haven't brought in Kurohyo, which I get because Kurohyo was made on Aki Engine. But
Which one are those? Are those the ones on like the PSP? The ones that are like
Yeah.
more like fighting games?
yeah, because they're based on Aki Engine, so just imagine like a fighting game on that.
Yeah.
I actually really like Kurohyo's story. I've said it before. It has a
Yeah.
really great arc for that character. But yeah, it's like the frustrating thing, because it's like someone would go to you and he's like, "Oh, you're being too spoiled. You want everything from it." It's like, no, they opened up this window of conversation when they started doing this.
Yeah.
When you start remaking a series,
And honestly,
each,
if you're
with
just
each entry,
and like if you're not going to remake it, just say it so people know.
yeah, like when you're remaking each entry and then you stop and you're kind of like going to new stuff, it's like,
Are you going to?
you're gonna you keep opening it up, and like when you port games and then you stop porting the other games, you have to just draw the line in the sand and just don't go like, oh maybe, just go like no.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
just like yeah, for business reason this doesn't make sense or whatever. Just like say no.
Now that being said, the copium in me, even though I don't even really like the gameplay of Kurohyou that much personally, I think it is an interesting like differentiation. RGG is also making the next Virtua Fighter, so
Yeah,
just do Kurohyou with Virtua Fighter engine, and then people would be fine with it. So
yeah,
and with RE, just I don't know, like a part of me just wants all those games out already if they're remakes.
yeah.
Because like it's like you got hype for the new thing, now here's the thing you're familiar with but remade. She's
Again.
like, oh, okay, again.
Do you think they're ever going to remake one again?
I would be really annoyed.
Yeah.
I think I've said this before, if you remake 0 or 1, I would genuinely get irritated. I would be like, this is the most.
No, I think there is a point at remaking 0 and like making it not so.
Not counterpoint. I think no, I'm not saying you should never remake 0. I'm saying now.
Oh yeah.
If you remade 0 before you remade Code Veronica 5 and or 6, when 0 is so close to being like 1 remake already, it feels like a waste of time.
Yeah.
Is 0 a flawed game? Absolutely. I think its inventory management is the most disgusting out of all the Resident Evil games. It's very annoying. But like aside from that, it's like it's still serviceable and playable.
Yeah, and like
and even then, it's like a nothing story. It's Birkin and Wesker jerking off in front of a camera for 2 hours.
yeah. And then there are
Not
leeches.
camera, TV. Yeah. They're just looking at Rebecca, and Wesker's just like, you know,
I mean, to be fair,
keep
Rebecca is really pretty.
Rebecca's cute, but it's just like Wesker and.
Have you ever seen her in the CGI movies? She looks really, really cute in the CGI.
Oh
movies.
yeah, absolutely. But like, it's just these two jerk offs just looking at the security camera of these other of Rebecca and her weird sidekick for this mission who's never brought back again because of course he's the guest character. Fighting Wesker and Birkin's old boss that they betrayed because he wasn't into the whole diseases, he was into leeches.
Yeah, baby, leeches.
And that's it. And it's just like whatever. You can either skip 0 because it doesn't really matter, or like if you're playing the series already, it's close enough to 1 remake.
Yeah.
So there's no discrepancy. It doesn't feel so awkwardly left out. For like replaying 5 and 6, tough, especially if you went after the remakes that they've just made.
Yeah.
Because the quality, like, there's just too much of a disparity.
Yeah.
Which is why I would get annoyed. I think like if we got caught up and then like after Resident Evil 11 they decided we're gonna remake 0, I'd be like fine. But for some reason I think like 0 fine for the future. I feel like if you remake 1 remake, I will lose my mind because I'm like, we're remaking remakes and
like that is just degeneracy. Like at this point we are being degenerates.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. Like I feel like kind of like change of topic, but like looking at Resident Evil 1 remake really makes me wish that like pre-rendered backgrounds lasted longer.
Yeah. Also, for the identity of Resident Evil,
I would love to see actually like can you imagine like a game with like actually like completely modern technology, but like doing pre-rendered backgrounds? What could they pull off?
It would be pretty. It could be very amazing. But like, what I'll say also is just like the worry as well is that I know RE0 and RE1 remake, if they were remade, we'd completely lose the identity of the original.
Yeah, they would be like third-person shooters.
They'd be third-person over-the-shoulder shooters, and then everything and then the first-person, right? And the problem with it is like Resident Evil is so much more fascinating when you look at it on its change of identities, because 2 used to be that, 3 used to be that, but they took that away, right? So now the skew used to be 0 to 3, you had this specific format. 4 to 6, and including Code Veronica. Wait, was Code Veronica? No, was Code Veronica
was more like the older ones.
No, it's not over the shoulder, right? It's more like the other older.
No, it is like full 3D, but the camera is fixed.
Yeah, so it is more like the older ones. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you get all of these, then you get like the action games, and then you would go to the first person games, and then it would be very interesting just to see this identity shift of these series based on like how it's approaching it, and it's like once we remake those old ones, it's just going to be everything's action, and then you go to first person,
Yeah,
which would make the shift even more abrupt and weird to any sort of newcomer.
yeah.
So I don't know. Resident Evil is a very interesting series in which like I'm both like kind of invested in it, and I also don't care as much as other IPs.
Speaking of
So that might be
speaking of
why.
Resident Evil 6, though, Resident Evil, did you see like the weird fucking creature on the cover of like 9? Have you seen that poster?
No, I haven't.
It is kind of like genuinely kind of scary. Like, what the fuck are you?
What? Let me see. RE9 poster.
Let me see if I can find like the specific picture.
Yeah, I want to. You probably have the official one. I want to see it.
Oh, I need to copy it to another browser because it is on Instagram, and Instagram doesn't let you download images unless you have an extension.
Just do a screenshot.
There we go. Save the image. Download. Look at this fucking thing.
Okay. Oh, that does kind of look like Lisa Tremor, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's also like
Yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of like unnerving,
it's pretty cool. I actually really like that design.
and it also looks like it's like 9 feet tall.
It does. I mean, to be fair, whenever it came to the personal nemesis, right, they were that tall and imposing.
Yeah,
Yeah, because like Dimitrescu, Nemesis,
yeah.
the Tyrant / Mr. X, Lisa herself, all of them were like towering over you.
I also really like what they're doing with like the reflections on the because like it looks like the reflections are like longer nails. That's a
Yeah.
cool detail. Like I don't know that's what I look like at 4 a.m. when I'm going to the kitchen to eat like craft singles.
Yeah, that's why whenever like I wake up in the middle of the night to check up on you, I shit myself.
But I'm just getting some cheese, man. It's fine.
And then I'm just like, oh god, babe, and you're just like, hey, you need to love me without my makeup, and I'm like, you make it so difficult.
I just want to eat cheese at 4 a.m. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with 4 a.m. cheese?
My parents like ordered a bunch of like, well, they didn't order, they got like a bunch like some cheese pizza free, and I realized like how little I care about cheese pizza.
Yeah.
I need toppings on my pizza. I'm sorry. I know I'm sure I've offended like
Where's
every
the
New
fucking
Yorker.
meat?
Yeah. Yeah. Like I won't turn down a slice if there's nothing else, but it's just like I want a flavor profile. I want like variability, variety.
Give me pepperoni that is a little bit uh, uh, like spicy.
Yeah, spice pepper. What are your favorite toppings on pizza?
I think pepperoni and ham.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. I usually like the classic, like pepperoni, green pepper, mushroom, and then sometimes I'll add some bacon crumble.
Mushrooms.
Yeah, I can actually eat mushrooms on
I don't like
pizza
mushrooms.
as long as like you cook them, like 'cause mushrooms retain a lot of water, so it can mess
Yeah.
up the entire thing. But like, yeah. And now I want pizza,
Yeah,
but I can't have pizza. I made myself fried chicken sandwiches that were
and I don't have money.
macro friendly, and I was proud of it. They turned out good. I've made air fryer fried chicken sandwiches that actually ended up tasting really good. I was happy.
I don't have any money. They don't give me my first paycheck until the 15th. I'm just eating egg.
Yeah, food's expensive. I luckily in the grocery stuff we just managed to get stuff that's friendly for my diet, and then I just make stuff for myself, and then I eat. I can't be spending money because I have more bills to pay in the coming weeks. Plus, I have the wedding to go to, and I gotta give the guy a wedding gift.
Are you the kind of person, because I know this annoys some people, are you the kind of person who like doesn't like, because I don't know, how do you feel about giving and about receiving just like money as a gift?
We said this on the podcast. I think money is a good gift.
Yeah, me too.
I think people
I think it's
who
the best gift.
we've said this in an early podcast, is like I get really irritated with people who think money is not a sincere form of like a sincere gift, because honestly, and I'm just gonna repeat what I said, is like a person worked for that money.
Yeah.
They spent their time to earn that money. And usually that would be to treat themselves. They're literally handing you a
Time.
set amount of time that they worked because they want you to enjoy yourself and not spend the amount of time that they worked just to enjoy yourself. If someone is telling you money isn't sentimental, you backhand them. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
Plus, money
Give me
is
another
just
beer,
so much
Grandma.
more accessible. Yeah. Like, cause like, again, like, I get it. A personally made gift, I'll still treasure it. But like, I'm never going to talk down someone who gave me money because, again, like you said, a bill or something that just saved my neck. And it's like, you can't. I still find it so annoying. I find the whole pretentiousness of someone going like, oh, you didn't put effort into getting money. There wasn't much thought about it. It's like that person is still sacrificing budget that they could have spent on themselves to you.
He's like, fine, you
So,
don't like
like,
money, fine, I'm going to buy myself pizza. Fuck you.
yeah, exactly. I could get no gift. But this person still decided to go out of their way. They took like they did a 9-hour shift a day. They gave me 5 hours worth of their shift of money. And then they were just like, I just want you to have this so you don't have to work the amount of time I worked so you can enjoy yourself. That's actually very kind. So if someone gives you money,
Like, it's also like the most useful one.
yeah, it's also the most useful. So if someone is back talking you for giving money or is being ungrateful for not getting money, take the money from them. And then if they talk about, oh, but it's my money, it's like, oh, but it's a bad gift.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. No, we talked about this in the early podcast. I like how I'm having better memory on what we've discussed on the podcast than you are.
Yeah. I'm kind of stupid.
Nah, you just have a cold. We'll give it to that.
I have a cold on my memory course.
Because I remember we talked about this really early on.
I'm forgetting my identity. Who am I? What am I?
Your name is Candy. You usually panic. You're aggressively horny most of the day.
Yeah.
That's about it. Oh, yeah, you're a Latina.
Oh no, I can hear Shadow the Hedgehog.
He's encroaching on your location.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't take steps, babe. He'll hear your ass clap. What else? What else? You have a very convoluted life, and you're a VTuber, by the way. Just if you didn't remember.
What's a VTuber?
Something. Yeah, you know what? You don't have to worry about it. Just be proud of it, I guess.
Mom, I'm a VTuber.
Okay, well, don't say it out loud to people, but be proud of it internally.
I said that as a joke, but like my mom is the reason I am a VTuber.
Yeah, exactly. But just don't say it out loud. But like, you know, you can be proud of it.
Yeah.
I like how like Dura was talking about like he sent an image of this VTuber. He's like 1 million subs after 2 streams. And it's like, oh, it's like this popular streamer. How did she get it? It's like, it's Gura. I'm like, yeah, I knew you were gonna say Gura. It's absolutely 100%. It was Gura. And then he was like, yeah, he was laughing. He was just like, yeah, I know. And I was just like, do you remember when people thought she was just gonna retire for good? Like, come on, are you for real, bruh? Free money, print money.
Yeah, like apparently, I don't know, like I don't even remember. Like I saw a crazy number that is like, you made more on your first stream than I made on like my entire life.
It's all good. Also, just like, I will say, like, it is kind of a bummer when you think about it. Like, hey, props to her new design, whatever have you. But like, her old design is just like synonymously like iconic with what a VTuber is.
Yeah.
Like, she's probably her old avatar is probably one of the first avatars people would ever think if they thought of a VTuber, even by a casual standard. So it's kind of a bummer that she doesn't get rights to her own. Now. Yeah, and it's just like it's always a bummer when I think about it because I'm a person who loves having OCs and creating characters and stuff. And the idea to think that like you had a creative process of creating a character and you have to forgo any rights of keeping it is like terrifying. So
yeah,
bummer.
Yeah,
but hey, Glad she's back in the industry. People,
Yeah.
I don't know. When people were crying about it, like it's always a bummer when things change. But it's like as long as she was sticking around, right, was
Yeah.
the important thing. And so like that's the thing. We've had situations where we've had content creators just perma retire, and it's just sad. And you're like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. I remember when the Super Best Friends broke up, and I was like devastated. They're still each doing their own thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of like at the end of an era. It's like, oh yeah.
It was,
that's-
yeah, that was way more of an end of an era. I mean, to be fair, I enjoy Castle Super Beast more
Yeah.
right now. I think Wooly's crew that he does the LPs with are pretty funny.
Yeah.
I will always love a Paige and Pat stream when they're together, so it works. To be fair, there were VTubers that graduated and were never heard from again. True. I mean, it's just like when you look at it, it's just like when someone's so monolith, like who's like such a titan in that industry,
Yeah, like the name.
and it's like
She was on
what-
like a baseball game once, singing the
from-
anthem.
From what I recall, it was just creative differences cited as the reason, right?
Yeah.
Like management, it's just like I don't know. My brain just went like I can't really see her go forever. So, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Always be independent.
Yeah. And like
That
even
way
even like
people can't steal your characters.
even like good corpos with like relatively like good like reputations and stuff like that, and that people seem to like have like amicable like breakups with are like kind of like crumbling right now. I kind of feel like the era of corpos is kind of like coming to an end.
I think recently one of my favorite abridge groups, because abridging on YouTube is like near dead. Even they've split up, but on
Yeah.
amicable terms. But it's just like it is always a bummer because it's just like an unfamiliarity to something that you're so incorporate, like having incorporated as routine in your life.
Yeah.
Because when they're no longer a group, it's like, oh, there are going to be less cameos. There are going to be less like collabs between them. There are going to be less of this and this and this, and you
Yeah.
just deal with it. To be fair, like with I don't want to get into like the feeding of like a drama that's died years ago. It's just like with Super Best Friends, you could kind of tell that there was a shift in the content where it's like it would, it just felt like work.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Bummer.
bummer. I mean, I could be worse. You could be Rooster Teeth.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember when like they bought like 5 different channels and each of them were relatively successful and then they all just kind of independently died?
Yeah.
Like this is coming from someone who liked Cow Chop and Sugar Pine 7.
Yeah.
And they both like died.
But like I don't know. I feel like there is like a fundamental like kind of like lack of like forethought and like planning on like for like the long term, trying to like
Absorb.
no and trying to like build like a regular corporation out of like an economy like this.
Well, now, but like even back then, it was a bit of a risky thing. I think also it's just like with the content creator problem, it was like a lot of these people weren't necessarily in management beforehand,
Yeah.
and they had to run a business, and then they would incorporate businesses and either give them way too much control or just like it'd just be like a constant back and forth, like shitting the bed.
Yeah.
It's just like we talk about Rooster Teeth. You and I probably remember Machinima more than more people like out now
Yeah.
on the internet. Like no one really talks about Machinima anymore, and Machinima was just like before them.
Yeah, and like the
It's just
like,
like-
the Machinima collapse was like really messy.
It was.
And like
Yeah.
I do remember like at least
I've
from my
never,
point of view,
I never, yeah, go ahead.
at least from my point of view, that was like the Machinima collapse was like the beginning of the end of like multi-channel networks as like a thing that happened.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Rooster Teeth kind of held on for that for quite a while.
Yeah, but like I do remember like before the Machinima
Yeah.
collapse, that was kind of like the goal, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
for a lot
yeah.
of people who wanted to get into like the gaming space of like B2 of like YouTubing and stuff like that, like that was kind of like the goal, like getting into like one of those like, multi-channel networks.
Okay, so the funny thing is, and this is a memory I've had before, is I was talking on the social network site that you and I used to be on the Discovery tab because
Yeah.
that's where anyone would post, right? And I talked about how I thought the YouTube multi-channel network was kind of a flawed system. And to be fair, on our site, because it was gamers, there were people who were aspiring content creators. And I
Yeah.
remember getting some whiplash on it. It's like, no, it's actually a really smart idea and can be done really well. I'm like, is it though? Because like from the proof that we're getting for it, like Machinima is fascinating because Machinima was somehow so abhorrent that so much of its talent left and was trying to break their own contracts.
Yeah. Yeah, like
Like
he was
Bro
not
Pill,
like nobody was doing any sort of anime. Like they were like burning bridges all over the place because I don't want to go over
Team
there.
Team Bro Pill was under contract because they were one of Machinima's heaviest hitters. And in order to keep on trying to break their own contract, each episode he kept on trying to incite rage within a religious demographic. He named a rabbit after a god whose physical form you should not be like saying.
Yeah.
No, a prophet. And he would go like, "How can I make a profit out of this?" And he'd do that every time because he desperately wanted to break his contract.
Like I am a brand risk. Fire me. Let me go. I'm
It's
a brand risk.
fascinating. Yeah, it's just like. Now that being said, this is from an outsider perspective, but it just like looked like from outside looking in, it just seemed like a management disaster. And like they didn't know
Yeah.
what they were doing. I'm sure there's more technical jargon to it, and obviously I wouldn't be able to do it. But like when you're having creatives forced into management, they're either gonna be like miserably burnt out or shit's gonna
Yeah.
hit the fan or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and also like I feel like the more you like at some point if like the more like manage and corporate this you get with this kind of stuff, the more and more it feels like a 9 to 5 job, and it starts kind of like losing its point.
Yeah. At the same time, like we say that, but like there are companies that did the exact opposite. Again, we name Rooster Teeth. Rooster Teeth was too much like frat boy
Yeah.
party workplace that had no chill in boundaries from a lot of the complaints.
Yeah.
So like you do have to have a level of professionalism. So finding the thing is just tough. And it's just like I think about it and it's like from what I've heard, at least you guys like a couple years back, was that like the VTuber networks were pretty good, all things considered. I don't know about the statement now. It's like at the time it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like going to like first of all, I think there are too many.
Mm.
So like but it's also like there is like way more like out and like this is like something that just happens like eventually, like it's the one of the main reasons the gaming industry is what it is right now. And that is like at some point when you get big enough you start getting like outside capital from people who have no fucking idea what any of this is but like just want to make more money.
True.
So like that is one of the things like you can notice like there was a huge shift on the way HoloLive works and like the kind of talent they attract and the kind of talent that was leaving when they went public.
Yeah. It's a tough thing to like when you watch like content creators too. It's just like when they become big, it's fascinating because one of two things happen. They keep on trying to aim higher and do growth, but they can't do sustain their channel. So they're doing way too much variety and then they're making content for everyone, which is content for no one.
Yeah.
Or they get too complacent in the sustaining part and then they stagnate.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be cynical. I'm sure they're like on the top of my head, there are big YouTubers that still stick to their guns on how they operate and they're still doing well. But like there have
Yeah.
been just so many like failure cases like back in the day that I can think of that it's like fascinating.
Yeah, it's also just like the possibility. I feel like there's also just people who like are mentally not prepared for like
Being big.
suddenly being on like that spotlight. So they just kind of like work
Yeah.
hard because it's like, okay, what do I do now that I'm here? Like I
Yeah.
was never prepared to be like this high up. So they just
Yeah.
like "Whee!"
Especially on a platform that kind of just like prioritizes a constant stream.
That is
of
one of the
doing
reasons
things.
that is what kind of the reasons why I kind of hope like I never like get super big. Like I would love to like get to a point where like I can sustain my family doing this. Like that would be like I think really good. But like beyond that, I kind of hope I don't get like way bigger than that because I feel like at that point
No,
it
I
just
get
becomes
you.
stressful.
No, I get you. I think some of the most chill YouTubers with what I feel is like the most genuine and likable content are always like in the 500K to 700K mark. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? They've kind of
yeah,
gotten big enough to understand their style. They've they've probably like familiarized themselves with with like editing and how to go about production.
yeah, and they have like the time and the money to like actually like dedicate themselves to like
Yeah,
do
and
the
then
thing.
most importantly, they kind of understand their own sense of humor and they aren't compromising it, and they know that their community is part of that, and etc. And I'm not saying like, oh, it has to be between that sweet spot. I mean like 500K or less than that, or 700K and less than that feels genuine. I remember there was like a comment that always like didn't sit well with me. And it was like this manager for like a top Let's Play channel back in the day, and he was just like, if you don't have 1 million subs, who even are you? And it's just like
Yeah,
the devaluing of it is like there's a truth to it, and it's like, yes, the layman probably won't know you if you don't have 1 million. That's true. Because 1 million is usually the indicator of, oh, you're one of the tops, and like any person passing by. But it's just like
but you
I
know,
feel like
like
I feel like with 1 million subs, it's like you've kind of there's usually an indicator of like, oh, you've probably kind of like disseminated who you are, your type of content,
yeah, and I feel
or
like,
something like that.
and I feel like when it comes to like art and and entertainment, like the way to create something that is really special and the way to like actually find fulfillment is not to try something that a million people would like. No, is not to try to make something that a million people would like. Is to try to make something that 1,000 people will never shut up about.
Yeah. I think a smaller community that's just really adamant about you is so much more endearing
Yeah,
than just like 100 where it's like you'll get like your mix of hate comments, your mix of like bullshit like I like, oh, you're such a god,
and
and
it's
I
also
feel
just like
like
not
cynical saying that,
like
but
even if you really want to like be personal and like approachable, like at that point you literally cannot. Like it is physically impossible.
yeah. Also, just like there are channels where like they hit 1 million, but the realistic thing is those million aren't like totally invested in their fucking content.
Yeah,
You'll look at a multi-million channel. It's like obviously a lot of those accounts are gonna be dead, and you're gonna look at the views, and it's gonna be like 2 million subscribers, each video 50,000 views.
yeah,
Still impressive, mind you, but that in comparison to how many subscribers you have versus like the active watchers, right? Versus like some of the smaller communities that I've seen where it's like, oh, this person has like 450K subs. Like, holy shit, they have like 300,000 views.
yeah,
So many of their viewers are actually watching their shit regularly,
yeah.
and I find that much more indicative of like something that if I was to ever try to be very serious about that, that would be what I would want,
I forgot to mute my
right?
phone.
No problem. And like I said, the thing I've been doing while I've been like repairing hardware and taking up shifts is I've been listening to Cinema Snob in the back. And Cinema Snob is back during the Channel Awesome days. He's one of my favorite like movie critics. I just kind of love his sense of humor. He's very chill and down to earth.
Yeah,
He's very giddy. He's kind of like that nerdy friend that's kind of calm but like excited about the like lame shit, but you kind of love talking to him. And he's got a fun sense of humor. And like by all means, he's not a heavy hitter on that. Like I don't think he was ever as much of a heavy hitter as the other channel awesome people.
yeah,
He currently his own channel is like only it's like less than 200,000 subs. But he has a Patreon and people keep funding him to make the videos that he makes, and he can do it comfortably because they love his content. So I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, power to you.
yeah.
We covered a lot of ground.
Yeah, it was a very and honestly like this week I only wanted to like talk about like Mindside being a fucking disaster. Well, we went everywhere.
I had nothing going on this week. I needed to get therapy out in the first the first hour. I'm sorry about that, folks.
this
I
is
get stressed too.
this is a
I'm a
therapy
human
stream now.
being. I'm a human being. Sometimes I get pent up sad. Candy will cut it out. Don't worry.
This is the
Nobody
no,
wants
no,
to
I will
either.
not.
What? No. People will see. People will see I am set. No.
Yeah, people will see, but it's okay. It's a therapy stream.
It's a therapy stream. You know what? I think that would be the worst thing you and I could ever do. Is just make it a therapy dump stream. It'd be bad. Like, what would you clip? Is like, and that's when I realized that my that you know what? I was gonna quote a friend from Euroserver. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna out her like that. Never mind.
No, like can you imagine what was I going to say? Can you imagine like making like a stream where like viewers can submit their own problems and we try to like do therapy to them?
You and I.
How many people will die?
You and I are not cut out to give other human beings life advice. It'd go so bad. It'd go so bad. I feel like the only thing we'd have going for us is the fact that we would openly admit is like there is a high chance that your life will get worse because of our advice.
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't go like, oh yeah, it's patented to work. Like I don't think we could be like those influencer gurus, but like we would just be like, yeah, this is what we do. But track record is our lives kind of suck. So
yeah, but like
don't
like you know what they say about like you learn more from mistakes. Where I am a walking mistake, so pay attention.
Yeah, I made a lot of mistakes. Anytime someone tells me I'm intelligent, my brain automatically just plays every stupid decision I've ever made. And I'm just like, no, I can put up a good front, but I am genuinely one of the dumbest people I probably know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even know what I'd say to people.
I'm like this. I'm like the dumbest people. I am like the dumbest person I know, and I have an IQ of 130.
Yeah.
That's bad.
I need to think about like how a therapy stream would even go. It'd go bad. It'd go so bad.
Can you imagine?
I think we'd genuinely try helping, but the problem is, even with our genuine effort to help people, I think we'd somehow make it worse.
Yeah. No, can you imagine like another possibility? We somehow managed to like get an actual like therapist, or I guess on the podcast, and like 20 minutes in, they go like, "Oh my god," and they leave.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. That'd be really funny. Like at first they'd be like, haha, this is a funny bit, but like, you know, this is what we would do. And it's like, why would you do that? It's like, because it's like, you know, it's proven to actually be very healthy for their growth. It's like, growth? We don't do that shit here.
I'm 27. I don't need to do any growth anymore.
Hmm.
I'm already grown enough.
Well, it's like, well, he should like, you know, call his sister and like make up on the fight. He's like, no, he should go into her house and break into it.
Yeah.
And steal back the stuff that she stole.
Yeah. Like ultimately, like the best help I can provide is being the before picture. You can be the after picture.
I think with life, it's just like a lot of people on the internet now are probably like, you know, who are watching like streams like this. Maybe you're in your early 20s and shit, and it's just like the only advice I can really give as someone who's like 30, but
How old?
yeah, whatever. Is you're not like, stop comparing yourself to people who are above you in like shit. Like you don't. I know too many people in their early 20s, including myself, who are still learning. You are constantly learning in life. About
like
yourself.
that is one thing. Like the closer you get to like the end of your 20s, the more you realize that nobody knows anything when they're 20.
Yeah, and so it's like, sure, you'll have peers who are like doing a program in college, and then you'll compare yourself. It's like, oh, this person I know has a job, this other person I know has a relationship. It's like, I know it's so corny. It's like each person their own journey. Is like, it's absolutely true, because like they have different contexts, they have different upbringings, etc. If you were the exact same human being, you would have the same circumstances as them, but you aren't, and that's not a fault of your own. Some shit just happens, and learning to accept that you aren't going to be you might not be like this powerhouse successful person by like age 24 and married and shit. It's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. You're going to have so many years. The human lifespan is large. I know someone's going to make some sort of joke at their expense, but it's just like hope can keep fucking moving you forward, and just know that you are constantly learning about yourself. I have switched university programs. I've taken post-secondary education longer than anything I'm comfortable with, and I hate it. I still don't really necessarily have a passion, and I know that's pretty bad, but it's just like it's being honest.
Yeah.
But just because I'm at that spot, you might not be at you might not be at that spot at 30, and you might have shit more figured out than I am.
Okay, why
Or
not?
maybe you'll
It happens.
or maybe you'll hit 30 and then you'll be like me, but then you'll be like, okay, at least I wasn't alone at this. So yeah, just be generous in like give yourself some leeway. You just give yourself some leeway. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate being like the older friend now. I get called Unk.
Yeah,
They
you
ask
are
me
the
for wisdom.
you are the wise old friend.
I don't know why is old friend. I don't know what I'm that was.
You are the old guy on the friend group. You have to be the
I
wise
will
one.
say, people listen to my advice more. Back in high school, I would say more reasonable shit, but like people just wouldn't listen to me, and they'd take the opposite. I would have friends who would ask me for advice, and I would give them level-headed advice, and then they'd do the emotionally fueled decision that they were thinking, and then they would fail spectacularly as I predicted, and they'd come back and complain to me, and I'm like, you don't get to. I'm gonna shit talk you to death. You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I told you. And it's like, they're like, well, it's like, I thought this would work. And then it became apparent that all this was for them was that their emotions wanted me to be the voice of reason and for them to rationalize against the voice of reason. That's all they wanted that for.
Yeah.
So I was just like, no, fuck you. You're just making stupid decisions. And don't make me a part of this. Just accept that you're making a dumb decision and then own up to it. And I'd respect you more for it. Don't like play this little game where you're like, I'm thinking about doing the rational thought, and then just still picking your emotional fucking decision. But now, it's like someone asks me for advice, and if I'm older, I just go like, oh yeah, this is what I've observed. They'll be like, oh, he's old. Okay.
Yeah. But that is like a very like well-known bias. People just like kind of like prefer older people when they speak.
Maybe I should just start throwing out wrong advice just for fun. Just my shit disturbing.
Yeah.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should irrevocably change a person's life.
That is the goal. That is the goal.
Nick, my younger brother, he's getting married. He's only 16. You should support him. That's what a sibling needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay. Comes back 2 years later. It was
No.
a mess. They're like,
This is what you need to do, because because it is never acceptable for a younger brother to marry first. So you have to kill his wife.
Fair.
That is the only way. You have to kill his wife.
No. What I'll say to get the 2-for-1 ruin deal is you should be supportive and let your brother marry. That being said, your brother needs an older figure that he can look up to and always know that he's ahead so that he can feel safe. So you need to find the first woman you see on the street and propose and keep
marry,
doing it.
like elope
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, and keep doing it until one says yes, and then marry before your brother because he needs that.
He needs to be able to see what a marriage looks like.
And then he'll be married, and then you'll both learn along the way. It'll be beautiful. 5 years later in the future, their lives are devastated.
Yeah, they cheated on each other with each other, and like nobody knows who the kids are.
There's a murder in the exact hometown in the newspaper. I'm like, oh, that's wild. Those names look familiar.
Yeah.
Peculiar.
Anyway.
Anyway, What? Wait a minute. I don't read. As I throw it into the trash can.
Wait a second. I don't understand words.
I don't understand words. I'm illiterate. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness I'm illiterate. If I wasn't, I might have had to face the consequences of my actions.
Have you ever like given yourself like a false positive scare, and then your brain kind of like goes like, wait a minute, and then you're like, oh, thank God. Like, you know how like when you die in a dream and then you wake up, it's like, oh, it's a dream. Like something like that. That ever happened to you?
Yeah, but with peace.
Yeah, me too. Is it the whole red piss thing?
No, it's like I have a dream about pissing, and I'm like, oh no, I'm going to piss myself in real life.
No, mine is okay. You know how like okay, so you know when you eat beets? Have you ever ate beets?
No, I don't like them. I mean, I eat them
Okay,
once
but you know what?
and they taste like shit.
You know what beet? Oh, well, in Indian cuisine we make curried beets and it's pretty good. But like, you know what beets does to your piss, right?
Yeah, it turns red.
Yeah. So like one day I was eating, but like you'll forget the next day, right? Because you
Yeah,
just eat beets.
because
and
who
you're like,
remembers who remembers what you were eating last night?
well, just like
On-
you have dinner, then you wake up, and then the first thing you do is like pee, and then like you're shocked, right?
Yeah.
So like I had beets one time in dinner, and then like I that morning I went to piss, and then I saw blood, and I'm like, oh my God, do I have gonorrhea? Wait a minute, I've never had sex. Ah, wipe sweat off my brow. Woo, that's a close scare. Woo.
Thank God.
Ha.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
I don't know what good coochie sounds like.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh me, oh my.
That was a close one.
That was a close one.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine like forgetting all the way through and like going to the doctor and the doctor has to be like, it's
They're
beats, dude.
beats. Oh, I thought I had an STI. It's like, have you ever gotten laid? No. Oh,
Do you do cocaine? Like heroin?
no. I diagnose you with being boring as fuck.
It's like, that bitch, get a fucking life.
Get a fucking life, bitch. Snorts the cocaine off the desk.
Yeah. It's like, I can promise you you're not dying soon, so get a fucking life.
Get a fucking life, loser. The doctor walks out of the building.
No, can you imagine like the doctor like ask you like, okay, so like, are you active? Are you like sexually active? And you go like, never. And the doctor
No.
goes like, well, better get on that. You're running out of time.
Better. Listen, I only treat live patients, and you clearly aren't living. So get the fuck out of my office. Damn.
you better get on that. Good, my guy, you have like 2 months. Get laid.
Wait,
Right
what?
now?
Wait, hold on. Yo, 2 months. What are we talking about? 2 months? He's like, all right, see you at the door. Bye. He's like, hold up.
Come back if you don't have sex. Bye bye.
Oh, no, wait, but you. What did you mention 2 months for? When is there a deadline? And start sweating. I gotta get laid.
It's like this comic. I don't even remember when or where I saw it. But he's like, okay, doctor, what is the diagnosis? Well, according to my notes, it's 5. You have 5. What do you mean 5, doctor? 4? Huh? 3?
That's a pretty good one.
I don't know. I feel like doctors should have more fun with like the diagnosis.
I kind of okay. In some cases, like patient care, yeah. Other cases, I could totally get a laugh out of it. I could totally get a laugh out of it. Of just the comedy.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's like, what do you diagnose me for, doctor? Well, for one, you're a fucking loser, but also cancer.
so you know, you got like some time to fix that. The cancer? No.
No, that's over with.
What? And you know what else is also over with? This podcast, because we've hit midnight.
Oh yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you want to go
4
over,
hours today.
yeah, we went
Thank
4
you,
hours
Mansai.
today. If you want to go over to my YouTube, I finally got all all the voice actors to come in and send their lines so I can edit and put that short. I had to replace people. It was annoying, but it'll come out this week. It's just a short. It shouldn't have taken that much trouble to make a short.
Oh,
But yeah,
there was
it'll be
another there was another rant I wanted to go on today, but I forgot.
What wasn't? Oh, what is it?
Thanks to the vending machines on my job. You remember how
Oh,
the
yeah,
other
you were
day,
complaining about sodas. Yeah,
do you remember how the other day I was like
yeah, you were gonna complain about soda.
the
cans
other
or
the
whatever.
other day I was talking about how I had never like drank soda from a can before.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to the vending machines on my job, I finally got a chance to drink from a soda can, and it fucking sucks. It is the worst
Yeah,
way
no.
of drinking.
Yeah,
It
no,
fucking
drinking it
sucks.
from a glass. Drinking it from a glass is way better.
I mean, like
But
just
like the soda cans are just more accessible.
or even just from a bottle, because like
Are they better than in the bottle? I think the metal can retain the cold better than a bottle.
yes, it was cold. It was cold. The vending
Yeah,
machine was cold.
I don't know.
It
I'll
was
drink a
refrigerated.
cold can over a bottle sometimes.
Because okay, so like even from the start, because you open the can and it starts foaming, and when you're doing it with a bottle, you can just close it again, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're doing it with a can, you have to just like put your mouth on the top and like drink and hope it doesn't like overflow.
Well,
Because
that's a shaken can.
I'm stupid. I don't know. It always happens to me. I have never opened a bottle or a can that doesn't overflow. But like with a
Bitch,
bottle,
it's just opening a tab. How did you?
but like with a bottle, you can just like screw it back on, and it doesn't like overflow. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Fair. I mean,
Uh,
here's what you do, Candy. You just slightly open the tab and let the compress like the carbon just come out, and then the foaming will just
that's what
stop
I'm
when you fully do it.
doing.
I don't believe you. You said you had to put your mouth over it. That means you opened it way too much.
But like, you don't have to think about that with a fucking bottle. You don't have to think about how much you're opening it before you even get to drink it.
It just becomes muscle memory. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay, and then you start drinking, right?
Yeah. All right.
When you're drinking with a bottle, you can put the entire thing in your mouth, right?
Yeah.
When you're drinking from a can, eventually
Wait.
your nose is going.
Wait, you can put it. All right. Yeah. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not even gonna bother questioning
You
it.
know, I have shown you before. I don't have a gag reflex. Why are you surprised?
No, I'm just the wording of the idea. Okay, one, you having a gag reflex changes nothing about you drinking a bottle like that because a bottle has a narrow point of exit. It
Yeah,
doesn't
but, like-
change the speed. All you're doing is you're anacondaing a freaking bottle. There's no reason to.
Yeah, but like the thing is, like you can put the entire mouth of the bottle inside of your mouth, right?
Yeah, I guess.
And
yeah,
there is
sure.
nothing in the way. When you're drinking from a can, eventually your nose starts hitting the thing.
I suppose.
And also like sometimes the pull tab falls into the soda. Sometimes like it gets in the way.
Okay, now I know you didn't open this thing right. You opened it. Okay, you opened it slowly and then in one go, and then the pull tab just fell into the fucking soda. All right, I have to fly over there to open up. This is just the order. Don't she asked for no pickles meme, but I have to open fucking soda cans for you. Just does your sister know how to open a soda can?
I don't know. I never asked her.
What you're gonna do is you're gonna ask your little sister to get you a soda can and open it for you so you can drink it like a normal functioning human being, because you sound like a chat GPT bot recollecting how it opened a soda can.
Okay, and then you keep drinking and you keep hitting your nose on the fucking thing, right?
Yeah.
And I haven't cut myself yet, which is good.
Cut yourself. How would you cut yourself? Oh my god. Go on.
And then you start getting to like the end of it, right? And you realize that a little bit of the soda is going to get caught in the lip, because there is like a distance between like the opening and like the rim of this on the cup of the can. So like a little bit of the soda is going to get caught in there.
Are you a human being? Yeah, okay. Keep going.
So, but like
Keep going.
that doesn't happen with a bottle. You just like put it in and you like go all the way down and everything goes in. Right? Bottles are better.
No. The way you make it sound that your lips don't touch the bottle nozzle, it sounds like you bite the bottle nozzle and then swallow half of it and then go upward so it chugs down. And then when it comes to a can,
Okay.
you just weirdly part your lips and distance it so it pools up between your teeth, gums, and lips like no human being has ever drank from a can before.
Okay, so like I'm going to make an illustration.
Oh my
So, like,
God, no.
These are my lips, right? This is my mouth.
Yeah.
And this is
Yeah.
how like the soda bottle goes in there, right?
What are you doing?
I'm doing a little drawing. Like those are my
But
lips.
it's not.
Like this is the top lip, this is the bottom lip, and that is how the soda bottle
Yeah.
goes in there, right?
Okay. Yeah. That's usually normal. That's how a normal person drinks a
So
drink.
like everything goes in, and nothing gets lost, and you don't touch your nose with anything. And because
Okay,
like
no, we're not questioning it. I need you to draw how you do this with the can.
and because like okay, but like the thing with the can is that like
no, draw it.
okay, so like Control C. So these are like my lips, but like they're like closer together this time, right? And the can kind of like goes like this.
Oh, I can't wait to see this shit. I can't wait to see.
You're going to see it,
this
and you're
shit.
going to see. Wait, like that's normal.
No.
I know.
Either that, or I'm gonna be like, "How did you fuck up the drinking process? Why are you drinking it like that?
What do you mean?
You smooth, gumball, unchewed, troglodytean idiot. You don't drink soda like that. You press your lips to the top too. Why are you putting distance in there?
Because it's my nose. What do you mean? I was expecting empathy today.
I channeled my inner Dura.
Yeah. But I've been like, I'm getting dizzy, man. I'm too old. I can't laugh like this anymore.
So the moral of the story is Candy should can it. Moving on to the end of the podcast where she should can it. If you want to see more of my content, finally, as I'm hopefully fucking finishing this one short that is taken forever, it'll hopefully come by on Wednesday or Thursday.
It's not even that long.
It's not even that long. It just took a lot on waiting on others. Like my voice differentiation wasn't enough to do 10 different male characters of that type. And if you want to see more of Candy streams, hopefully she is getting better. She'll stream more Persona 5 X. And maybe she'll start finishing other games too. You
No,
know?
I'm going to like get over. I'm going to get. I know. I know the fucking horse guild gacha is going to like take over my life for like a month.
That's not good. Yeah. So
And I have a
again,
job now.
check her- she does. So we're proud of her. But
No,
yeah,
that means
so,
I have
like,
money to waste on horse
oh
guild
no,
gacha.
that's not good. So, follow Candy on her Twitch and her YouTube to see her past broadcasts, clips, and podcasts. Make sure to sub for our favorite sub, and then check her Blue Sky for
Don't
organized
fucking say
thoughts. Oh no, sub for the sub. Join her Discord. Join her Discord, and just see her disorganized thoughts again. And the bot will leave all the links provided. And if you have such feedback for the podcast, like, hey, learn to drink a soda can like a normal human being before you complain about it, and consult it with your family. And I will cut off Candy's rationalization of her thinking that what she attempted was anything but ridiculous. And I'll go, yeah.
Can you imagine? Like,
Yeah.
I put on like my serious face, my serious voice, and I sit my mom down, and I'm like, Mom, I need to talk to you about something.
Mummy?
Mom, can you teach me how to drink from a soda can?
Mother dearest. I have
Mother,
this soda can. Mother, this soda can intimidates me. Could you open it properly so
mother,
that I
my
may...
mother, my husband is making fun of me because I don't know how to drink from a soda can.
Okay, this is the important part. Mother, could you tilt the can to my mouth? Now, sister dearest, this is a 3-woman operation. You are going to need to hold my mouth as I drink the can.
How many candies does it take to like drink from a fucking soda can?
Thanks for listening, everyone. We covered a lot of different stuff, and if there was any point where it was feeling a little uncomfortable, apologies. But you know, we'll keep on momentum.
Yeah, we will not
to
talk.
more positive
We
stuff.
promise to never talk about Mindset again.
We promise. And stay safe, be happy, and have a wonderful week. I'm Knocked. This is Candy. Have a great night. Bye. Love you, Candy.
Love you too. Bye bye. Oh. But like genuinely, I'm getting too old. I cannot laugh anymore. It always like makes me dizzy. I'm a fucking like walking corpse at this point. I'm also getting hungry. I should go eat something. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you got a good. I hope you had a good laugh at least at me drinking. Because apparently I don't know how to fucking drink from a can. So I hope that was at least funny to you. It wasn't to me, but I hope at least it was funny to you. Yeah. That being said, again, thank you everyone for stopping by. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a good day, good night, good rest of your time zone. And I'll see you again someday, hopefully. Well, that sounds ominous, but like again, like I am sick, I am busy, so like I will let you guys know when I can like work on my schedule better, and maybe have my voice again. I'm not going to jail again, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about me going to jail again. That is not going to happen. That there are no witnesses anymore, so like I'm safe, I think. I'm safe, I think. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by, and I'll see you again when I figure out how to fucking make time work. For now, we're going to go here. Oh, Twitch is being a little mean again. That always annoys me so much. The way Twitch doesn't let me like rate people sometimes. So I have to like refresh and like retry and like refresh and like retry. And it's like, why are you not working? Do I have to hit you? Do I have to punch you? What is going on? What is going on, Twitch? Let me raid. Let me raid. I just saw a stream, like looking into my rating interface, I saw a stream called Can I Date Your Mom? So I think we're going to go there. I mean, my mom is single. If she wants to date someone, she can. But yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by, and I'll see you again when I have time. Or my voice. Or both, hopefully. But yeah, bye-bye. 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 I need to go like wipe my nose.